creating paternity actions get validated that they are pregnant. And I think that's something small enough that because the thing is they in the paternity actions they already discuss who's going to pay for paternity testing and things like that. So I think with OBGYN care being so synonymous with being pregnant, I don't think it's a large ask to ensure that there's a sonogram that validates that yes, you are pregnant.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And if there is a case where there's a possibility of 3 or 4 fathers, I think paternity needs to be established before you can publicly start ruining 3 or 4 guys' names.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be able to abuse the system in any way at any time. And
well, that's all I wanted to say is my hope for this is that laws will change. I'm crazy to say, the mother of 2 daughters. I have 6 grandchildren and 1 great-grandson.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, wow.
Yes, and I have seen what teenage girls can do. Mm-hmm. And if the girls never grow out of that stage or they're not taught by their parents that everything's okay as long as you get your way, it's tragic that we get the Jane Doe situation.
Right.
Children should never be a tool to hurt someone else.
All you guys today.
No problem. Thank you so much for calling.
Thank you, Brad. Bye-bye.
Unfortunately, Meg, I don't think that they can hear you, so just because of how it's coming in.
That makes sense. So, shut up?
Yeah, well, I'm not trying to say shut up. I'm just alerting you to. But, so with paternity cases already dealing with issues like multiple fathers or multiple potential fathers and whatnot, it makes it pretty easy for them to make additional stipulations for things like ultrasounds, because I would certainly say that with this being a genuine issue in the 300 plus years of common law having been there and paternity cases, that it, even though it's novel at the moment, it doesn't mean that it, 1, always will be, and 2, that something like this couldn't have happened in the past.
Well, the interesting thing is most states have laws that these kind of actions can't be started until after the birth of the child. So the fact that Arizona is one of the few states that allows this prior to the birth of the child is rare in and of itself. Right. So if you're going to allow this with this whatever reasoning that, it needs to be set up ahead of time, then what you need to do is you need to make sure that you have something in place to ensure that it's not abused. A couple people on my channel are asking what is happening. And since I just started the stream, if you don't mind, if we could give a quick recap. The Laura Owens and Clayton Echard case has been ongoing for, over a year, correct? And she is suing him for paternity. She opened a paternity case in Arizona against him. And the basis of that was she was pregnant with twins. So he asked for proof because when they hooked up, they didn't,
do the full dirty.
Woo-hoo. Yeah, it didn't. A didn't go into B. And so he's like, how are you pregnant? And she's like, well, a little bit gotten. Yeah. So it's been a whole battle, and she has refused to provide any kind of irrefutable proof that she is actually pregnant. And she has provided ultrasounds that have proven to be fake. They were found on YouTube, like from how many years ago?
It was
7 years ago?
It was from a Massachusetts ultrasound company from 6 years ago.
And she stole some poor woman's ultrasound who tragically lost one of her 2 twins, and she presented it as her own. just slimy. Anyways, she has been caught in multiple lies, and then in December, poof, no more babies. Babies are gone. Like, that happens. And then there's been all these doctors and everything else saying, oh, well, you can absorb the babies and things like that. And that just doesn't happen. Like, you don't absorb 20-week plus babies, but she has no proof that she lost the babies.
Right.
So it's just a hot mess.
Yeah, and the changing of the stories so many times that we have to talk about it like we're talking the Marvel Cinematic Universe in multiple timelines is pretty crazy, because you have the initial claim that was being made, and then once that story became inconvenient based on the facts, they would change it again and again and again and again and again. And I think we're up to like 5 or 6 different timelines for what we think they're arguing. But I think this case is really going to be Judge Mata going, okay, pick a story and stick with it, because you've changed what you believe to have happened multiple times. And it almost feels like the Karen Reed trial, where they don't even know what their own stories are going to be, and they've had 2 years to plan it.
At this point, what they're trying to do is they're trying to get, hey, Jay Robine, we got legal royalty in the house here.
Ooh.
Her attorney, Gingras, I always say his name wrong, is trying to get things dropped. They're like, since December, they've been saying, hey, there's no babies, just drop it. And I sent you a message, by the way, Brad.
Oh.
In the private chat.
Yeah.
So they're like, just drop it. Like, let's move on with our lives. It's over. I keep forgetting I moved my camera. It's up here. I'm looking at myself like, God, I look like crap. Fix my hair. My hair's all wet. Hey, guess what? My shampoo turned my hair blue. Check that out. Isn't that cool? Yeah.
So pulled the red out of your hair?
Well, it's purple. My hair's purple. But yes, a new shampoo I tried stripped the purple out of my hair, and it's like blue. The lights make it so you can't really see it. I was livid this morning because I literally just colored it. This really pretty, like, metallic-y amethyst color. Oh, it's gorgeous. Anyways, so yes, exactly. The 20-week-old fetus is almost a pound and something that you're not going to magically reabsorb, which is what Clayton's team is going on. They're like, okay, give us a fetal death certificate, because after 20 weeks, you're required to have a fetal death certificate. And she said at the hearing in November, she was 24 weeks pregnant. I did the calculation. She should have been further along than that, but whatever, we'll go with it. And she had a visible bump. And I apologize if you hear some banging in the background. I have people working at my house. They're trying to be quiet, and bless their hearts, they don't need to.
You're good.
There's mass chaos. And everybody say hi to Roxy.
Hi, kitty.
That's the fat cat that sleeps there. No, I did not use a clarifying shampoo. I'm not that silly. I did color safe shampoo. So Gingras's side is like, let's just not worry about it. And they're like, no, give us the proof that it's done before you go. And so that's the big thing, is they won't provide the proof and they just want to walk away. And there needs to be accountability. You can't just walk away from something. Like, you've stepped in it, you know, you're neck deep in the BS. Now own it. Don't just walk away and say, okay, never mind, let's pretend this never happened. Sorry, I don't mean to
No, you're good.
take over your...
I'm getting...
So, okay, then I'll keep rambling.
Yeah, keep going.
Accountability is the biggest thing that they're looking for. And the fact that what she's doing is criminal. Like, she is breaking the law on multiple different levels. And she also is creating a civil case for Clayton and the other guys against her, because she's caused them damage. And when you cause somebody else damage by something that, you know, is not legal, then you're liable for that. And she's caused them emotional damage. She's caused them like actual financial damage, and they have a civil suit against her. But when you file a civil suit against someone, it costs you a lot of money. So you have to weigh, is it worth it for me to file this civil suit against her when I know that her and her attorney are going to drag this out forever? Yes. Oh, I don't have control. I can't put you on the screen.
Who? What?
I was going to highlight a comment.
By who?
Jay Robine. He said that's the literal definition of a tort.
Oh, yeah.
And it was just habit. I'm used to being in the driver's seat. It's all good.
No, that's good.
It is. I mean, she's committed criminal offenses, and she's committing like civil torts. Like she's just screwing it up across the board.
Call from Courtney.
Hello, Courtney. Welcome to the Morning Rush Hour with Brad and Meg. How can we help you?
Hey, so I'm watching y'all right now. Is it live? Like, can people hear me right now?
Yeah, everyone can hear you.
Okay. Hey, y'all. So I was listening to Meg a couple of weeks back, and she had made a comment of, like, how can you sue someone for, was it coercion? Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. Hold on.
I think it was the coercion.
I'm sorry. I can't think of the word.
Extortion.
So,
Extortion?
hold on. Let me look it up and I'll call right back.
Okay.
Ask her if it was extortion.
All
Is
right,
it
bye.
extortion? Oh, never mind.
Nope. Okay.
Because the problem is we've got enough Megs around here that we can fill a swimming pool.
Yeah. If it was me, I remember talking about the extortion because in one of his filings, Dingus claimed that it was extortion. No, it wasn't Dingus. It was her. She was writing her own babbling word salad hodgepodge mess.
After the status hearing, she submitted a letter to Woodnick to forward to Clayton saying that if they didn't drop the paternity action, which they don't have the ability to, then she was going to sue him for $1.4 million because of the real estate deals falling through as a matter of trying to get out of doing the deposition that was scheduled for that Friday.
Now, I wasn't even looking at that. I was saying, as a principal, when you're saying to someone, sorry, it's kind of loud. When you're saying to someone, if you don't date me, I'm going to have your babies.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying I think could fall under the extortion, and Jay Robine would have to comment on that.
So that would fall under the traditional sense of extortion, but I think the Arizona law actually requires there to be like $50,000 of damages in order for it to be litigated. Because I remember someone mentioning that. And
has Clayton been in Arizona this entire time?
Correct.
Like he hasn't lived anywhere else or been anywhere else when any of this happened?
No, because he's a real estate in Scottsdale. So other than traveling for engagements, he's been a primary resident of Arizona, to my knowledge.
Okay.
To those of you who are asking, the trial has not started. We are awaiting the pretrial conference, which will start in about an hour and 10 minutes. And then we expect testimony to begin in an hour and 25 minutes at noon Eastern and 9 p.m. or 9 a.m. Arizona time. Okay, you're more than welcome to call back if you haven't found it yet or not.
Thanks, Grease. More likes for Megs. Meg needs some likes. Help me, because the algorithm's mad at me.
Yeah. What? Why would the algorithm be mad at you?
Because I've been all over the place lately.
Oh.
Call from.
It's Courtney again. Meg was right.
Hi, Courtney.
Hey, okay, so she was right. It's extortion.
Yep.
So she was speaking about how you can't, when a woman does this to a man, they're not putting like a price on it. They're not putting a dollar sign on it. So you can't sue them for extorting you for money.
Right.
But would it be possible? I'm not a lawyer at all. I have no common sense. I just watch a lot of YouTube courts. And I have seen so many child support cases. What if, hypothetically, he could use his income, her income, for 18 years and then sue her for trying to extort that amount of money out of her with the parenting plan?
That's an interesting idea, because if you were to go through because they do calculations for child support, and
Right.
that functionally would be the tort, and say that you are trying to get, you think
This is a civil case, so you can actually file for whatever you want.
right.
Translate that.
But here's the issue: if you were to say that I'm being extorted for, because it's like $800,000 is the cost to raise a child from 0 to 18 or something like that. I think that's what the latest one was going to be. So say you're going to claim $1.6 million to raise twins in child support. I think as soon as it hits above $50,000, you have to go to federal court. So
I think you should take her there. Let's do it. That was just my thinking when Meg was having that conversation. I was like, I wonder if,
I mean, that's
really, really interesting way to calculate it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have the babies, so yeah, that's basically I'm extorting whatever the value calculation for support is. If you don't date me, I think a lawyer could easily make that claim, and I think that would be something to consider.
Well, hopefully that gets to Woodnick and Clayton. I'm sure I'm not the first person to think of it. I just know that, that was my thinking when Meg was specifically like, she's not asking for an amount of money, so he can't get her for extortion. Well, technically, a child is a lot of money.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if they could put in like the Arizona child support calculation, for their specific income.
So let's see. USnews.com has, what does it cost to raise a child? They're saying as of 2015, the cost was $233,610. That assumes the child was born to a middle-income married couple. When adjusted for inflation, that jumps to $312,000 as of March 2024. So, for twins, call it $600,000. That's still some pretty large amount of money.
What time is court supposed to begin?
Heartland Happy, I was gifted a membership to Meg's channel. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
Yay! Thank you, Heartland.
Awesome. Okay, Brad. Well, I enjoy seeing you here. I've never seen you here, but I watch you over on Megan Fox's. And, yeah, I'm going to hop back down in the chat and listen. I just thought I'd bring that up.
Well, thank you so much for calling. It was wonderful talking to you.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
What time is court supposed to start so I can pen a comment in the chat?
Court starts at technically it starts at 8:45 a.m. local, which would be 11:45 Eastern.
8:45 Pacific Standard Time.
Mountain Standard Time,
Mountain.
which matches Pacific.
All right, Mountain Daylight Time.
No, there is no Mountain Daylight. It's just Mountain Standard Time, but it matches Pacific Daylight Time. Because they don't do daylight.
So it'd be 11:45 Eastern?
11:45 Eastern. That is when court will officially start. However, there's going to be a 15-minute pre-conference status in Mata's chambers. And
that won't be live.
That won't. Well, yeah, it won't be live, but then after that finishes, they'll come out and do testimony.
Call from
John O'Brien.
Hello, welcome to the morning rush hour with Brad and Meg. How are you doing?
I just texted
Good
you.
morning. It's
can't hear
John
me.
J. Robine.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. Funny question, and I wanted to throw this out there. I was looking, so Arizona statute, this is the little lawyer kind of in me that
It's Attorney
wanted
J.
to reach
Robine.
out. So the actual extortion law does not have a monetary threshold. My understanding when it comes to Arizona is $50,000 is it's compulsory arbitration under that threshold. And then I saw that you had mentioned that at a certain point it becomes a federal issue. That is $75,000 in diversity of jurisdiction.
Okay.
So I don't think that there is any argument to say that he does not have a tortious claim. Granted, it might be under the $50,000 threshold, but I mean, hell, depending upon, I called just before you got into the U.S. News summary, but anywhere between, $500,000 to $1 million and change for a child. I mean, there's no way that that's not extortion.
Right.
No, absolutely.
So, and if you want to pull it up, I got the statute.
Is it 13-1804?
1 second. It is Arizona compiled statute 13-1804 is theft by extortion.
Yep.
So if you want to pull that up,
I had that up.
I don't see how it doesn't qualify under that.
Yeah, so I don't know if I can pull it up without losing Meg being able to hear you or not, so...
It's okay.
I mean, that's
do you
fine.
want me to see if I can share it?
I'm sure Meg can pull it up herself and you guys can comment on it, but I just wanted to drop in. I'm not actually at my desk, otherwise, I don't know. If you wanted to shoot me a StreamYard link or something, maybe I can hop in while the hearing's coming on.
Meg, do you have his info that
Yeah,
can share him?
I got it.
Yeah, she can pass it on to you.
Yeah. Then I'm probably going to be back in the next hour or so, which sounds like is about the time the hearing's going to take place.
Right.
But I'd be happy to give you kind of the legal perspective.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. So I've got 13-1804 up right now. It's certainly, from a quick glance, I don't see anything about that monetary case. If it is under 50,000 and being forced into arbitration, then that's certainly one thing. But if the U.S. News article said inflation adjusted for the last calculation, you're at like 312,000 per child, and if you're at twins, then it goes up to 600K. So
yeah, I was going to say that actually sounds kind of cheap, depending upon where you're raising them. But in either circumstance, other than the mandatory arbitration, I don't see why you can't bring a civil suit.
Yeah.
And also
it is essentially, I mean, you can look at it, section, I think that it's paragraph 2. I mean, that literally is theft by extortion.
Yeah.
Now, the issue is, did he actually... Well, I guess the question at the end of the day is, would he have to submit his legal bills? Because obviously this costs lawyers a lot of time and money just to dispel the nonsense.
But if sanctions and fees are covered under the family court case, then that wouldn't necessitate it being a separate tort for a civil action.
Not necessarily true. So I'm licensed in New York and Florida, so that's where my area of expertise kind of ends. So I did a little bit of, digging into Arizona, which is its own can of worms. But the specific act of fraudulently representing a pregnancy is a tort in and of itself. that is separate from any sort of family issue.
Do
Okay.
you have a
So
Venmo?
the way that you would do that, if you wanted to get a maximum recovery, what you would basically say is, all right, we're going to put it on the record in family court that this was nonsense. And by all accounts, it seems that that's the case. So we get it on the record, and then we just introduce that into a civil claims court. Because it is a separate act than the family law issue. It is kind of above and beyond. And so that's where it creates a separate tort. And you can absolutely apply for attorney's fees in order to litigate that case.
Right. I would certainly say that attorney's fees on a new action would be applicable. For me, though, in just my layman's terms and whatnot, the cost of spending on attorneys to fight the family court case, if they are remedied through recouping that cost through the family action, I don't see how you could then double dip and claim additional.
You're absolutely right. You can't double dip on the attorney's fees. That is 100% correct. You're absolutely right about that. So if they award him the attorney's fees in the family court as it relates to the family court action, totally on the same page.
Got it.
Where I think that he has the additional argument is that I believe that the theft by extortion is a separate tort. And at that point, it's not double dipping because it's not a family court matter.
Okay.
It is just a straightforward. It's just a straightforward action and negligence.
Right. So just in filing the civil case for the extortion, for the email saying I'm getting an abortion if you don't date, or I'm having the babies if you don't date me, and then secondarily for trying to claim that you're going to sue me for $1.4 million for a failed real estate transaction.
Correct. And I think that the failed real estate transaction is probably your better argument because your best argument on the abortion is negligent infliction of emotional distress, maybe intentional infliction. That's a little bit harder to prove, and I don't know if you would want to try and escalate it to that level. But it's not unheard of. I mean, saying I'm going to abort your child, if that's not intentional infliction of emotional distress, I don't really know what is.
What do you think about the previous caller's argument that using the cost of what a anticipated child support plan would be for the twins in using that as a justification for extortion?
So I think that it's a strong argument. My understanding, and correct me if I am wrong, is that the family court did not actually adjudicate the child care plan.
No.
As of, her kind of withdrawing everything.
Right.
So you don't have proof of what the number would be. But you could certainly make the argument that it would be significantly above the arbitration threshold.
I mean, just saying, as Dingus would say, arguendo, you say, had this had gone through and we had made an attempt to try and collect child support for the twins using whatever formula Arizona prescribes as the method of generating the number, and you say, well, Clayton's annual income is $1 million a year through speaking engagements, real estate transactions, whatever the case. And then you say 3% for inflation, and then you say we're going to take, $6,000 a month times 12 adjusted for inflation, and you get, $300,000. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're well within that ballpark, and I think that would. There is no number that I could imagine that would not surpass the $50,000 mandatory arbitration threshold.
Mm-hmm.
So that but what I want to be clear about is that the extortion is a separate tort from the family law matter.
Right.
So even if let's say they all decide to leave amicably, he still has a claim.
Yeah, I would think that he still would.
That's part of the argument that.
Oop.
Did he?
Oh, someone
that
else
him?
is calling in.
Oh, that was part of the
Oh, sorry.
argument
If
Gingras
you want
was
to
making.
let me go, I'm going to try and head back to my office in about an hour or so.
All right, no worries. Well, we might be into watching, so if you want to watch with us, then you're welcome to join us.
Yeah, I'm going to be hanging around.
Okay. Well, it was
But
wonderful
it was
talking
good talking to you. And this is, I don't know if you get the number. This is my personal cell, so if you want to shoot me a text or whatever, if you have a quick question, I'll be around.
Cool. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, man. Thanks for having me on. I'll talk to you later.
See ya. So
that was part of what. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would say whoever just attempted to call, please call back. I try not to force someone else to hang up so that they can finish their points. So if I decline you while someone else is talking,
Sometimes you have to tell people. That was one of the things that Gingras was talking about in his. No, not Gingras.
Wouldnick?
Yes, thank you. Was talking about, they mentioned multiple times that, there's, well, I think Gingras mentioned it too, that the sanctions should be a separate action. It was Gingras. He was saying that there shouldn't be sanctions in this action. If Clayton wants to bring a separate action, he can. And Woodnick's response is we're trying to save the court time and money and everything else. Instead of relitigating this entire case up until this point, which has been, quite a bit, why don't you just go ahead and rule on these sanctions against her for what she did instead of making us go and file an additional action?
Right. For what I think what he said, quoting, for what amounts to a civil defamation case.
He would still have that. Clayton still has that again.
That tort available to him.
Yes, he still has that action available to him because this is not going to punish her for
there we go.
The action. It's going to punish her for bringing a court
Call
case.
from, it's Courtney again.
Hey, Courtney, welcome back.
Hey, okay. So, I'm thinking back to the time where I saw a video and Clayton was talking about how Laura said she was due February 14th. He was like, how she knows she's due on Valentine's Day, I don't know.
Right.
Have you all heard the story of, tragic of Taylor Parker?
I have not.
And, okay, can I tell you about it real quick?
Sure.
Okay. So Taylor Parker had wanted to keep her boyfriend so bad, she claimed to be pregnant. Okay. Long story short, she befriended, like a high school friend, got closer to her when she was pregnant and, said she was going to go to Oklahoma. She lived in Texas. Said she was going to go to Oklahoma to pre-register at the hospital, went over to her friend's house, killed her, cut the baby out of her womb.
Oh my goodness.
To pretend that she gave birth, to keep her boyfriend. She wanted him that bad.
Mm-hmm.
So that, again, got me thinking, I wonder, like, how far Jane Doe, Laura would have actually gone. I wonder if she knows someone that is pregnant with twins. Like, I'm not saying that she would go that far, but I'm just thinking,
Yeah.
This stuff happens,
I think the biggest argument against that is
that she's done it before.
Well, not that she's done it before, but I think that she's not in it for anything other than ensnaring the guy. And I don't think that she would have... There's no notion that she would have stalked or harassed like Clayton's girlfriend that he may or may not have at the time, or anything like that. So I think it becomes difficult to say that she may be led to something like that.
Right.
But for someone who may be emotionally unstable like that, it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility, even however remotely small.
Right.
So the problem is having the facts in order to be able to back up something like that. And right now, even Lauren has said that she doesn't believe that she's in a mental state where she would be a danger to someone, herself or others. It just becomes a matter of she's just being manipulative to try and get her way.
Hmm.
But we're not medical professionals. We cannot diagnose anyone with anything. We just look at the facts as it is. So,
right. I just thought of that. What's the motive? What is she truly wanting to get? Was it just that
she wants
communication with him?
I think it becomes a matter of she is a woman who has grown up with a certain kind of lifestyle, and she wants to ensure that she stays in relatively high status. So she wants to date upwards in order to ensure that she can maintain a lifestyle and the ability to be able to do the things that she wants with relatively minimal effort.
Understood.
So I think that's really where that comes down to, is being able to, because you think about the guys. Mike is a relatively larger name in San Francisco in terms of real estate. I don't know Greg's background, but obviously if Laura was to snare a former Bachelor contestant who's also in real estate, and she does real estate as well, she's got a thing for guys in real estate. So Chuck, she is not a realtor. She owns a couple of properties for Airbnb's purposes, and I think she was trying to acquire more property through Clayton for that reason.
Oh, see, I didn't know that. I didn't know she was a realtor.
She's not a realtor. She's a I don't even want to call it a developer. She's
property manager.
Property manager. Yeah, that'd be a better term.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't have that knowledge. I didn't know.
Yeah, so that's how that's how she got in touch with him, is she was looking for someone to buy property from, so she went on LinkedIn and found Clayton.
See, and that's what I thought I knew, and then I heard her say, so there's not much validity to it, but I heard her say in, I believe it was court even, maybe, where she said that she had reached out to I don't know my words, but like a franchise, like a company, and they put her in touch with him, like whoever he works for. But I was like, I thought she directly reached out to him on LinkedIn.
Yeah, she reached out for him on LinkedIn to start the conversation of the real estate transactions, because that's how it all started. Right.
But did you see that trial? I wish I could remember which one. I'll comment it in the chat. But there was, it was court with a man. The man that had her, he was like, "Are you pregnant? Like, stand up." That judge.
Judge Judy asking her to stand up for the order of protection hearing.
Yes, it was in that court hearing where she said that she was put in contact with him through his agency.
I don't remember
Not that she reached out on LinkedIn. Yeah, I'll find it. I'll put in the chat like the time on that video when it happened.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Is that Laura reaching out?
But anyways, okay, well, thanks for letting me chat. I don't have anybody that is following this case. My husband's uninterested, so I enjoy chatting. I appreciate it.
My wife is as excited about the case happening today because then I can stop talking about it. So
My husband has sat down to watch the previous court cases with me every night, but he just falls asleep. He's tried.
yeah.
He just can't stay up. Poor guy. Well, I appreciate you letting me call again.
Yeah.
But I'll find the time that she said that, and I'll put the time in the video.
No problem. Thank you for calling, Courtney.
All right. Thank you, Brad.
Yep. Bye. So welcome back, Meg. Hopefully your router didn't die again. It looks like it may have. Whoa. So a couple of housekeeping measures. Heartland, thank you for giving Meg Crime Watch memberships to her community. If you received one of those memberships, then please make sure to thank Heartland for that. And then also, if for whatever reason you feel it so that you want to donate to my stream while I wait to be monetized, you're welcome to send me a Venmo at ITGoatee. And I believe I also have that associated with my PayPal for that Proton Mail. Or maybe I didn't. Yeah, I don't want to do that. So feel free to send messages and or contributions that way. I am in no way asking for you if you are in dire straits or are thinking about trying to pay for food or anything like that to donate to me. I'm going to be just fine regardless, but if it is your desire, then I will certainly say no, or I won't say no. Trial. We expect trial to begin within an hour.
Call from Jenny L.
Hi, Jenny. Welcome to the Rush Hour with IT Goatee Brad. How can I help you?
Hi, IT Goatee Brad. It's the first time I've ever called into a YouTube channel.
Yeah, I know.
So,
It's certainly something that not many people would think about is having a call-in show. Meg's done it, or Megan Fox has done it a couple times, but I figured in order to help kill time, I figured it'd be fun to hear other people's thoughts and whatnot. So what's on your mind?
well, nothing specific. I just want to say that I have so much enjoyed you on Megan's streams.
Well,
And I think it's hysterical when she freaks out over every little IT issue and she starts screaming your name even when you're not there. And she's like, I need Brad! I need Brad!
Get over
here! So I just think it's adorable. You remind me of my cousin. He's an IT guy, and I have done that to him because I was a DJ for a long time, and if I had computer issues, I would do the same thing and be like, I got 30 people trying to drunkenly help me fix computer issues. I'm like, just let me call my cousin, So I appreciate you so much, but I do have to say, I'm not a lawyer.
Mhm.
I'm in operations for a very large company,
Ooh.
but all of my coworkers come to me because they're like, so what's going on with the Thompson twins case? Because I'm the commentary and I do the quick bits for all of the, oh my gosh, they just released another disposition, or they just did another affidavit. And and I think it's hysterical that they come to me because they're not law 2 people. They're not, they don't follow this stuff, but they come to me. And I get that through you and, Megan and Dave Neal. And I just want to say, for those of you that out there in the ether world that maybe, just quietly watching, you can have an impact, even though, you may have an impact on how big this story gets, even if you are not specifically on YouTube paying money, watching these things. You can spread the word about people are really getting torn up over false accusations and bad paternity tests and bad sonograms. So that's all I wanted to say.
Oh,
Because I know we're getting really close to court, and I think more people have started trickling in, so I don't want to keep you too long.
Yeah, I know Reality Steve is on with Dave right now, but no, I think what you're saying is valid. It's this case can be an earworm, and some people are just drawn to it by just the absurdity of, because when you try and explain to someone fake sonograms, email extortions, and all these other things about this case, it blows your mind to think that someone would do that. And now today is the day.
It's hard to comprehend someone would do that when
Yeah, I mean,
you're not a crappy person.
Yeah, who would stoop so low to try and do that? And somebody who may be injured in many different ways, and lashing out in this particular way, whether she feels that she's not worthy enough to be able to get someone, so she has to ensnare them through various means, or what. So, yeah.
Well, I feel the worst for her previous victims that didn't have the opportunity to have this platform to talk about how bad females can be when they're being vindictive. Like, you look at Mike, and we had to pay, we raised money so we could get a specialist to come look at his computer. And then we raised enough money that he could we could fly him out and he could be a witness to show that this is ongoing scenario. This isn't like a one-time thing. This has been going on for almost a decade, where she's messed with people's lives.
Right.
And that's not fair. Like, that's not fair to men.
Oh, yeah.
And believe me, I've had some really horrible boyfriends, and I'm still not going out there being vindictive to all men in the universe, being like, I'm going to punish you. So I'm so glad that even though a couple of these victims are still not doxxed and they're not as visual as Mike is, that there's a platform that now maybe we can fix all of their problems with her in the past, so that they don't have more problems like Mike is with not being able to get jobs and having this come up because it's a criminal record. And I would love for them to be able to expunge some of that stuff for them, for their future.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is, I know that Mike feels exceptionally better about the future for him, because by virtue of Laura attaching herself to a former bachelor, then makes it casts a wider net, and she didn't realize that she would be picking up some people who would be able to put a spotlight on this that otherwise wouldn't. Because if it was just a Joe out in Scottsdale, no offenses to Greg Gillespie, but I wouldn't have known about him if it wasn't for this case. If she would have just gotten any random guy in Scottsdale, then she could still be perpetuating these things. So it really begs the question of, did she just get too big for her own britches at that point?
I see it all the time in my position that I'm at. So, yeah, I do. And I think that she's being enabled by her mother, and they're covering for her. They're making excuses for her. And it's like, you love your kids, right? And that happens. We get that. But I'm going to tell you what, if I was doing something stupid, my mom would tell me straight up, hey, you're being stupid. Mm-hmm. And she's not getting that. She's not getting, this is not okay. You can't treat people this way.
Yeah.
So yes, she is the problem, but then she's being enabled by more problems, which just compounds the scenario.
Yeah, I think it's all coming to a head, and now that people are saying that Laura and her family have arrived at the courthouse. So
I will let you go. Hey, chat, whoever's left, love you guys. Brad, I'm probably going to stay with you just because I can't, on my phone, I can't bounce between 17 different tabs. That's not a thing that's going to happen. So everybody, let's enjoy the trial, and justice will prevail.
Yeah, I think those words are great, and hopefully justice does prevail. So thank you again for calling.
Have a good day, Brad.
You too. Bye bye. All right. Fourth time's the charm, Meg, maybe?
I am so sorry. I don't know. My internet just keeps going in and out for no
Yeah.
reason. I'm on with Spectrum right now to figure out why. But one thing she said, it made me think. Did you guys see the Instagram that Clayton put up last night?
Yeah, I mentioned it briefly. It was great seeing all three guys standing there, united, supporting one another, and also asking for thoughts and prayers as they go into court today.
Yeah.
I did
I
want to
think-
mention,
Seeing them united, like
right?
a lot of people are saying like they feel like, oh, that's a good idea. No, I can't. My phone gets like zero service at my house. I can't. It won't support the video. I think that everybody saying that the prior to didn't get, justice or anything like that. I can't think of the word.
Yeah, that they.
I'm stressed. Words are hard.
No,
They're getting it now, a little bit of it now.
Yeah, they're getting their comeuppance now because, as I said before, Laura got too big for her britches and going for a former bachelor and not realizing that more spotlight could be placed on her situation because of that. And both Greg and Mike now have the ability to, if this trial goes the way that we believe that it will happen, that they can take the outcome of this to go into their own actions and be able to say, look at this, and we'll see what happens.
Call from
Big Tiff in the house.
Courtney.
Hi, Courtney. Welcome back.
Hey. Okay. So, I lied, not on purpose.
How dare you?
It's not Judge Duty. Is that his name?
Yeah.
It was the Judge Cynthia.
Galketsis?
Yes. So it's the video that Meg's Crime Watch uploaded 2 days ago. It's at 1 hour, 44 minutes, and 13 seconds in. I can try to play it real quick and just let me know if you can hear it. It's like 3 seconds.
You can certainly try.
Nope, it doesn't work because we're on the phone.
Yep.
But her lawyer says it's his very first thing. He asked the Judge Gillespie, he's like, how much do I have on time? And I think she says 20 minutes. And he says, okay, Laura, how do you know Clayton Echard? And he says, I reached out to her realtor. Hopefully y'all can pull it up and play it because I'll get it wrong. But if you care, it's at 1 hour, 44 minutes, and 19 seconds on her video from 2 days ago.
Yeah. And unfortunately, Meg is seriously having issues with her internet, so she's bouncing in and out.
I keep seeing that. That sucks. Of all days.
But yeah, so we'll certainly mention that when and if she comes back. So
Yeah, she definitely doesn't say, oh, I messaged him on LinkedIn. She acts like his realtor firm put her in touch with him.
yeah, which wasn't part of the case, but because that was a part of the order of protection hearing and it's folded into this action, it could be brought up. But the scope of which there's bigger fish to fry in that than because she's said multiple times that it was she reached out to him on LinkedIn and
Right. It's just another example of the perjury. She has no respect for the court and what it means to be under oath. Just not at all. But anyways, I just wanted to clarify because I wasn't sure. I thought I had heard that she messaged him on LinkedIn, but when I saw this court hearing, I was like, oh, I was wrong. So anyways, that's all. I won't call back. I'm sure I've got annoying at this point.
it's all right.
Okay, I appreciate it, Brad. Thank you.
Thanks, Courtney.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So I do want to give a special shout out. Death Angel Realm did end up sending me $10 and said, "Great stream." I very much appreciate that. Thank you so much for sending that, Death. People are saying that Greg Gillespie has arrived at the courthouse. So that's interesting. I'm trying to keep tabs on everything that's going on. Poor Meg is having terrible spectrum issues, but so yeah, we've got about another half hour to go. I think I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go get a drink and whatnot. So I don't have anything to include, so why don't I will briefly include Dave's stream for anyone to watch while I am stepping away for just 5 minutes for bathroom and whatnot. So
here, and Mike is the one that was on the flight with her when she claimed that someone in front of her said, "Get out of this relationship," or whatever. They wrote on a napkin.
His stepdad's dying.
Yeah,
he's dealt with her at this point for a while. He knows she's faked cancer.
Yeah.
And at the same time faked an abortion that then didn't take, and this and that. And her big fear, which is what she did with Gillespie and also with Clayton, is that once the abortion's over, she's going to have no tie to them and they can leave her. That's the big fear. And with Clayton, that's why it was kind of like dragged out so long. And he didn't play the same games. Greg Gillespie played the game and said, no, let's go get an abortion. Let's go do it. Then she gets it. He blocks her. And then she says, didn't work. And then he has to be brought back into it. And then finally she sues him for an abortion coercion, which is nothing. It's not real. You can't. And they kind of ruled on that. If I tell you, drink this, I'm not. Now, if I convince you to self-harm, that's a different thing. Yeah. But if I convince you to, or if you're a woman, hey, you should take, yeah, you really should get an abortion. And you do it. And then I block you. You can't sue me for that, for ghosting on you. That's what she tried to do.
That is so weird. Well, there's just so many. I mean, obviously this case is taken, but like we were talking about the other day, when we first read the Sun story in September, did we ever think here on June 10th that we would be here and this story would have taken 900 turns? It's like a tree that just keeps sprouting with all these different branches and so many different branches of what has happened in this case, the things that she has said, the storylines that have come up, the things that you've unearthed. Which is never would have thought in a million years that this would have turned into. We just thought, oh, some girl was crazy and thought Clayton impregnated her. Bingo, and that's it.
Which is why there's just no real hope that she's not going to sue after this. Her attorney has said as much. My only hope is that she realizes it's a waste of money. Like, she sees people here, she sees the donations, she sees the money that can be thrown into the truth. Yeah. And realizes that it is not a winning game for her. Yeah. So let's say she does sue for $50,000 and it costs her $50,000. We raise that money in a day. It's not going to hit us. And that's kind of been what I've tried to explain in saying, hey, we're going to monetize this. It's not because, you know, we're here trying to suck the system dry and frivolously. No, it's because we need to show her that this is quicksand for her, not for us. That we're not. It's the first time she's dealt with a scenario where she's not able to punish somebody.
Yeah,
and she's gonna walk out of here. My guess is she's gonna lose, and there'll be a judgment and a clear explanation from the judge. That's just what I believe from everything I've seen. And then she'll probably hold on to her expert witness who said she was pregnant. She got a guy that said she was pregnant without ever seeing any ultrasound.
Yeah,
and he's a retired doctor who lives in Florida, vacations here. And it was a guy that the lawyer knew that delivered babies and said, yeah, I mean, if she had HCG, she was most likely pregnant. Yeah. I mean, what else can you say? Like, what other proof does the guy have?
Well, I think, you know, one of the other things is, and I've stated this on my podcast, and I firmly believe that what's going to happen is when and if the judge rules against her and throws it out there that just reading over all the evidence, Miss Dodo Brain, who Dodo Bird,
Yeah.
Brain Bird, that you were never pregnant, and sanctions and all this. This is going to be a woman that, because she has stuck with her lie for so long, her defense will be, look, well, that's just one person's opinion. It might be a judge, but I know my body. I'm a woman. I know my body. I was pregnant. I don't care what this judge says. Like, she's still going to carry. There is no way, if this judge says you were never pregnant, that she goes, actually, you know what? Yeah, what? She's going to stick with it.
It really comes down to where we are in society about my truth versus the truth.
Yeah.
It's, we see this, I'll make fun
It's
of
in
white
politics.
women.
This is politics.
White
101.
women are the one angle I can touch where I don't sound horrible. But these white women, I'm just living my truth. No, what's the truth?
Yeah.
And in this case, the truth is, regardless of if she ever was pregnant, it wasn't proved.
Yeah.
And she seems to be on the side of, and by the way, it's a great niche for her to be in. What other thing other than and this is why people who do fake pregnancies and abort, they fake cancer. They fake both, because who in their right mind would call somebody out and say, I feel like you're faking this.
Yeah.
And we've only done it because we were able to have people like Ash, who was the one who I believe contacted Clayton and said, hey, this already happened before. I don't think Greg Gillespie was in Clayton's Instagram world when Clayton came out with this issue. But imagine seeing on the news that there's a perpetrator here who did the same thing to your man. No one believed him. And now she's got to be, now she's hitching her, she's attached to a guy who's got a restraining order against him. On paper, that looks very, very bad.
Yeah.
And that was used against all of them. She even uses the district attorney against me. She contacted the district attorney and got them to say, yeah, this is vexing. This is confusing. This is strange that a guy would be making 150 videos about you with no understanding of the sort of specifics of this case. And she continues to use that against me in other ways. But, that's all she has, because the restraining order was not approved. If it was approved, then she can say, oh, I've got a restraining order against him. But you don't, because we've never met. And this is the closest I've ever liked to be to her.
Yeah. We were what was that? 30 yards, maybe?
Yeah.
When she walked by, about 30 yards from it.
No, I could hit her with a football in my good days.
Yeah.
I
throw
could
a football over those mountains.
Yeah, on my good days, back in my teen years.
Yeah, you know what?
All righty.
Spectrum says I'm good to go, but feel free to keep that up.
No worries. There's not much I can do at the moment. I just went to go use the facilities, grab some fresh water, and I would highly recommend everyone to make sure you're drinking your water, and as Megan Fox would say, do your squats.
I'm like scared to touch anything. So anyone in my
you
Crime Watch, make sure you subscribe to Brad's channel, IT
I
Goatee.
appreciate it.
I think I can put it here.
Someone, Heartland Happy, gifted 5 memberships to your crew, so...
Oh, thank you so much, Heartland. You're so sweet. I have to scream Brad 3 times. I don't think he can fix my
It has to be at
internet
midnight in a dark bathroom into a mirror. Otherwise, I don't come out. And for the love of God, there better be monster, or else I'm going to be mad. But no, so
Okay.
so
Sure
Courtney mentioned that you
subscribe.
uploaded a video 2 days ago talking about different hearings, and it was where she was in front of Judge Gauketsis that she mentioned that she had called Clayton's real estate firm, and they had referred Clayton to her, which would be another factual lie under.
Yeah, because she has stated in writing in her affidavits that she contacted him through LinkedIn.
Right.
Because she saw him online. I compiled all of the hearings up until this point, and I uploaded a stream with that compilation.
Mm-hmm.
There was a mistake in one of them that I can't remember what it was. Oh, I put the wrong video when she was showing off her belly in the video. I put the wrong one up. I was supposed to make a correction on that.
How dare you? Your journalistic integrity is in shambles now.
I know. My brain is all over the place. I started covering a new case, like doing the research on it, and it's just too much.
So I've been having this crisis of content of my own, trying to figure out what I want to do after the fact. Once this case settles down, if it ever.
You should jump on this with me, seriously.
Yeah.
Oh, this lady is anybody who posts anything on the internet anywhere. She DMCA's it, which is the
Digital Millennia Copyright Act.
Yeah, it's like a copyright strike.
It's what's supposed to be used for if someone is like Napstering your content and posting it. That's
exactly
what it's meant for.
So if somebody she's going into other people's Discord and striking Discord posts that have photos of her daughter. So the way I described it, I said, if Laura Owens' case is a dumpster fire, this case is, what did I say? I said this lady is a helicopter mom Karen running around with a flamethrower, torching everything in her path. Like
Rambo attached to a helicopter,
like nothing.
flamethrowing everything.
Yes. Seriously, she makes Laura Owens look like a Saturday afternoon cartoon.
Oh my goodness.
I have never seen any. We're talking to over 4,000 DMCA things that she's put in.
Wow.
Who has time for that? No, I think she's doing this all herself because I'm going to have a video up probably tomorrow. I didn't want to interfere with today's happenings. But I'm sure Brad could put a little
spin on
it. Yeah, because it really is kind of overlapping into the tech thing because, I mean, so it all started with somebody calling her out for using bots to get up to like 1 million followers on Instagram.
Paying for bots.
Right, which I don't understand all that. And they're talking about content farms and all this stuff. And I don't really know how that works. And what they were saying is that they noticed it because her engagement rate was so low compared to her subscribers.
Right.
And so when they started calling her out on it, then that's when they started attacking back. And so when they attack back, they're...
Hey, hold on one second, Death Angel.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, hi, Death. How are you? Welcome to the show.
Somebody talking? I can't hear. They are.
So it depends on how much money you're willing to invest. The biggest thing is if invest what you can afford first. And then secondly, I am quite preferential to the Elgato ecosystem because it targets the streamer gamer kind of thing. So they're cost conscientious without being adding that level of professional gear that because like a Shure microphone I think is like $400 or $500 and for someone who's just starting out that can be quite an expense if you don't have an XLR input for your computer and things like that, whereas the Elgato Wavelink I think is $150 $160 and it's USB Type-C. So it's quite easy to work with that, and the quality is good enough to where it doesn't sound like you're talking in a porta-john, because that's exactly what I'm using right now. But as Nick Ricada was saying, camera quality is okay, but 9 times out of 10, it's going to be the audio quality that is the biggest factor, because you can do podcasting and videos, and it becomes a point where people will put you on in the background and go do other things while listening to you. So you want to ensure that your audio quality is higher. So I would recommend...
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Somebody said they can't hear you. I couldn't hear whoever called in. So just to make sure on that. I just want to throw in for Elgato, you need to make sure that
Hold on one
it's
second.
compatible with your software.
No, go ahead, Meg.
You need to make sure it's compatible with whatever software you have on your computer, because when I got Elgato, I had a lot of conflict issues with my Power Director CyberLink software, and it caused some things to not work, like still to this day.
Meg is talking to you, so you might have to roll back in the stream death in order to be able to hear what she's saying, but...
Just want to check his software to make sure it's compatible with all that Elgato before you go through it.
Yeah, but she's saying basically that with the Elgato ecosystem, you just want to make sure that their software compatibility is good. I haven't had any issues with it. I'm on Windows 11, but it's just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, my people can't hear your caller.
Right.
A GoPro, but I don't know if those kind of things work. It's like an off-brand. I don't know if those work for streaming.
I think it's a matter of anything will work for streaming, but it's a matter of will it work enough for streaming for what you want it to be. If you're wanting to do it as a matter of revenue generation, then it's going to take investment from you up front. Because there's nothing wrong with starting with what you've got and building from there. But if you're trying to think of it as a business, then you have to put a business mindset and invest in yourself in order to get what you think will come out of it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I just bought it. It's like a, that special one, like the TV, like 4K or 4, I can't even think of it. Whatever the best camera was, when it first showed up on TVs for movies and stuff, the top quality. I can't think, why is my brain not working? Okay, I don't feel so bad. Anyway, I just wanted your opinion, because I do want to do that, but I mean, mostly I want to show people that some of these apps and things, they're scamming you, and you could just buy the book and let them know where to get the book and talk about the book and who's good writers and just things like that. But when you don't know anything about tech, I'm about as bad as Megan, probably worse.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, ooh, this is a good time to get you to...
Yeah, I know that I'm going to be due for another monthly Q&A session coming up here. So if you have any more questions, I would highly recommend you coming and stopping in on that. So
great. Thank you. I appreciate your time so much.
Yep. Thanks so much for calling in.
Have a good one.
Bye. All right. So, sorry for cutting you off there, Meg.
No, I just wanted to make sure that that was said, because I didn't know about it, and I actually spent like months going back and forth with both Elgato and CyberLink's
tech support.
Tech support. Yes, I'm sorry. When I get frustrated, words are hard, and my internet is frustrating the.
Oh, I can imagine.
I just saw, Dave and Megan's feeds are gone.
Oh, that's interesting.
Dave's feed's black. So when I installed the Elgato software, it did something to my computer, and I can no longer record in my CyberLink software. I can't record audio and video. It corrupts my audio.
It sounds like a driver, and if you get...
I switched computers. I uninstalled drivers. I uninstalled my graphics card. I reinstalled it. I did everything. It's something like super, super technical, crazy
That's
that
nuts.
nobody can figure out. Yeah. Like it sounds like it should be something simple, but it's not. It's something really messed up.
Looks like they're back live, so so their feed is back from what I can see. For Dave and Megan. Megan's probably inside now that everyone is appearing, so that she can get photos and whatnot of them arriving in the courthouse and all that stuff. So I don't know if Reality Steve is planning on going into the courtroom as well, but I heard that there was already 20 people in line and they have a limit of 30 in the gallery. So he might just be hanging out with Dave and then catching the pool footage.
Do you want to throw Dave's stream up, or do you want to?
I think I don't want to leech off of his content too much, but I will share it in the chat if anyone does not already have it. But we are waiting for Lauren to start. Looks like they are working on getting that cameras and whatnot set up still. She said she wanted to be live 15 minutes ago, but Megan says get into Google Docs, so I am opening that up now.
So they should be starting
Court soon.
The trial anytime. What they're going to do is they're going to go first into the judge's chambers, and they're going to have a pre-trial meeting, and they're going to talk about what's going to happen during the trial, because they could go to the trial and Gingras could just start talking about all of the evidence, and that could take up the entire 2 hours talking about what he wanted admitted and what he didn't. So they're going to try and keep it very, very concise. And this is how we're going to do it. We're going to do it like this. And she's going to be a lot harsher back in chambers, than she is going to be like out in front of everybody.
I'm going to shut down the call-in. Thank you for everyone who did manage to call in and speak. It was certainly fun to speak with all of you, but we're going to go into trial watch mode here. So Megan's live notes, let me just close this. She says both of you, she's mentioning me and Dave because this is how we're going to get information. She's got her laptop, she's in. Clayton's here with Woodnick and Deidre. Media is trying to get set up and it's very difficult. There's no outlets, no space, no room, and they're making it hard for the camera to get set up. Still photography is not an issue, but the camera setup is very dicey. She met Isabel, the other attorney in Woodnick's firm. She's a darling. She came up to me and said hello. And that is the info that we have at the moment. Megan Fox is on Twitter or X, if you want to call it that. So if you go follow Megan Fox Writer, you will find her for any live tweeting that she does. But we're going to stay on these notes because that's going to be the best way to get information if the camera does not get set up.
So many other judges would do so many different things. It's comical. So I don't believe. So we're in front of Mata. Mata is a judge. The other two that we have seen were not judges. They were commissioners. And what commissioners are attorneys who they have given special privileges to act in the capacity of a judge, because most of our court systems are stretched beyond capacity. They're just overwhelmed with everything.
And that's where
Judge Stevens would have eaten her alive.
Prosecutorial discretion comes in as well, because prosecutors have to choose: do we want to charge criminals accused of violent crimes and drug crimes, things like that, or do we want to go after petty misdemeanors and whatnot?
And when there's not a lot of evidence in the case, do we really want to spend all this time and energy on this case when we know that we're probably going to lose it. There's a lot of times when people get very upset at prosecutors for not going after a case and not prosecuting it like to the fullest extent. You know you're still on the screen, right?
Yep.
Okay, just making sure.
Just letting.
I've totally done that before and not meant to be.
Just
And
letting her know that I was there.
The reason that they did that is because they just don't have the capacity and they don't have the evidence to do it. And in doing so, they would be wasting what little resources they do have. So, Brad, if we were going to follow on, say, I just pulled up Twitter.
Yep.
I want to follow this on Twitter. What is the best way to follow this on Twitter? Do I follow Megan? Do I follow a hashtag?
Megan Fox Ryder is going to be the best because she is approved for doing live tweeting in the courtroom.
Okay. So
here's the thread.
Megan Fox Ryder.
Yep. And I'll share this in the chat, and if you want to copy paste it into your chat as well. This is the thread that Megan's going to be posting in for the live updates.
Can you still say tweeting? Do you say live Xing? What are you
Yeah,
supposed to say?
they haven't. The problem with the X branding is that they haven't came up with a vernacular that makes it work, which is why everyone still says Twitter, because Twitter and tweeting and all of that stuff still encompasses everything that you do on the platform, but you don't just. You can't say I X'd something because it doesn't.
No,
really
I just did.
work.
I just said she's going to be live Xing. It's, I'm me and I can do those things. From the Owens Echard trial.
Musking. That's an interesting name.
That's good. Oh, Lord, help me. If I didn't have bills to pay, I'd still be in bed. Somehow I let myself run out of my Adderall, and trying to function without Adderall is like...
I've seen Megan without Adderall, but...
I couldn't figure out why I was so tired yesterday. Like, I woke up, I did 3 things, and I was back in bed by 10 a.m. And I'm like, I couldn't function. I'm like, what is wrong with me? Well, I didn't look at the pills before I took them to see that I was out. Not smart. Not smart.
It's certainly been a different day. Yesterday, Michigan was quite cloudy and overcast, and both my wife and I were... oh, no. Police presence is very happy. There's a tactical team here. Gingrich just called the police on Mike Maricini, and they are speaking to him in the hallway.
Are you freaking kidding me?
Oh, man.
I'm calling absolute bullshit. That is low. That is about as low as you can get. Is Law Talk with Mike on live?
I do not know. I'll be following the court doc, but I'll bring this up as well. Just on
I would love to hear his take on it. Is what I was like scared to open another page. Am I gonna
used by her
text?
sister? So imagine if your siblings having a baby. Oh my gosh, Jennifer, send me the photo. And you text a photo, and then this is then used afterwards. Gestational age 21 weeks 3 days. And what's interesting about this image is that on first look, you look at this and you go, well, it looks like a baby. And when I got the email from Laura, she said, this is the boy. They were wondering if he was healthy or not. So here she is with bad juju commenting on the health of a baby that's not even hers, but it's actually her nephew.
Yeah.
And of course, this wasn't a twin. This was a one baby. So we have that image. And of course,
we have a breaking news update.
more breaking news. Oh, I'm good right now. Thank you. If there's any painter's tape, I can use that, but I don't want to.
So Gingras called police.
Makes his money promoting free speech. He's a free speech attorney.
Yeah.
He's promoted some dark internet companies that he calls the police and tries to cancel a man who's here to testify about the truth of what happened. And Mike Maricini,
He's banking on the 8-year restraining order. I'm guessing that's his stance. Is like, hey, she's got an 8-year restraining order against him. He can't be near her.
sure, and the attorney in the I'm sure the chat room's going crazy right now, going, if you have a subpoena, you don't need this, whatever. But
Right.
clearly, you can't just get a restraining order on people. Now, this email is interesting. There's a redacted version of the top email, and then the lower part. Here's what's interesting on the redacted version. On the redacted version, you wonder, why is it redacted? This is an email from between Clayton and Laura, and you go, wonder what's redacted about that. You would only redact emails, and like at the top there, she redacts the email, right? You go, all right, she's redacting emails, but this is redacted from Laura's end. And then he says, even after seeing it, this is what's redacted. Considering you only performed oral sex on me and no vaginal penetration occurred, the chances of you being pregnant seem considerably low. Although again, maybe low probability. Nonetheless, it is one. So here we have the initial document that she used to convince the internet that he was the bad guy, and she redacted the part that there was no penetrative sex. She redacted the part where he admits early on there was only oral, a story she would later change to the R word, which she has taken out of her testimony. But it just goes to show, I mean, wouldn't this be evidence enough to change everybody's opinion?
You would think.
Why redact the part? Changed everybody's opinion before any ultrasound fraud or anything else came out. That to me is one of the most interesting things out there. So as far as the pretrial motions, the pretrial statements, it's pretty standard what we expected it would be.
Will you put
what
up
we
my
also
screen
have
real
here
quick?
is the fake.
So I'm not going to tell you who was the inspiration for this, but just in case, I'd like to share with you the Ass Hat Esquire t-shirt. We rep anyone. Hold on, just in case you can't see it good. Let me zoom in for you. Oops. Can you see that? Is that? I just wanted to put that out there. Ass Hat Esquire is someone who calls the cops on someone showing up at a court hearing. Don't forget your batshit crazy shirt too. That's over
8
at
hours.
megsmerch.com.
So I wonder
Thanks.
The,
Little self promo.
what that issue is. Yeah.
The
Gotta pay the Wi-Fi bill.
right.
Keep it on. Oh Lord, sorry.
But yeah, so Mike and Greg are in the courtroom unmolested by police. So we know that Judge Mata said in an email to Greg or to Mike saying there should be no issues with the court staff. And I'm sure Gingras, now that we know how it is properly pronounced, is seething because he couldn't get Mike to not testify. Blue Wolf, it's not hawking merch. Meg is kind enough to give her time to me, and she is allowed to represent anything of hers for her contributions, because the usual way that streamers work is there's no cost to be on anyone else's. It's literally them donating their time for the sake of helping others out and participating in discussions. So,
Well, I'm
they're-
streaming on my channel as well. I mean,
Yeah.
my people are seeing my stuff. The only thing I don't like, hashtag no more fake babies. That's going to be a movement. We're going to change the law.
right.
The only thing I don't like is like your comments, your people's comments don't like intermix with mine. And
Right.
that's the problem with when you stream like this. Like before this change, which was, I don't know, like 6 months ago, I would go on your channel and all my people would come and watch on your channel. And then you would come on my channel and all your people would come and watch on my channel. And then everybody interacted and it was one big happy family. And it's not quite like that anymore. It's like the two separate yet equally important groups. Sorry.
No, you're
To
good.
investigate crime.
So there's only 30 people allowed in the gallery. Court is already full. The overflow room is starting to be filled. There is audio and video in that room. Clayton is wearing a cray button-down shirt. Isabel is wearing a light gray houndstooth jacket. I give her hair a 10. It's neat and brushed. She has a cute something.
He says the picture is up on Lauren's stream's up.
Yeah, she's going live. We don't have picture or full picture yet, but we are seeing some things starting to appear. So hopefully they can get it worked out to where I can bring it into the screen. But I will reserve and keep an eye on that while we are waiting.
J. Robon, are you on my channel? Are you? Oh. I'm sorry. I'm like sitting here commenting on Mike's channel thinking it's my own.
Whoops. We did get some sound on the stream as well, so if that comes in, then we.
Why are people complaining? We're explaining what's going on. It's Mike's people complaining.
I'm not going to bring in her black screen just for everyone to stare at it, because Megan is going to get us information while that black screen is there. So.
Someone said, knew a girl who got kicked out of sex ed class for asking if a BJ could get you pregnant. Maybe they should have answered that question.
Mm-hmm. Isabel has a cute bob. Greg Woodnick and Deandra are in chambers with the judge and Gingras. Laura is probably in a conference room. Because Laura is expected to testify, she might not be there in the courtroom. Laura looks rail thin, dangerously thin. She needs some scones. Well, there's a guy standing out. There's a guy sitting outside with a van, handing out scones to passerbyers.
So one thing with hearings like this, when people are testifying, the way she's saying she may not be in there because she's testifying. If you are a party to the case, you can be in the courtroom no matter what. If you are a witness that's going to testify, they can invoke what most courts call the rule. Some call it something specific, but it's usually the rule. And what that means is you need to be outside the courtroom, segregated, and not able to hear what is going on until it is your turn to testify. After you testify, as long as you're released from your subpoena and not expected to testify again later, then you can stay in the courtroom and hear the rest of it. Some people will testify.
Of sequestration.
Yeah, they'll testify and then they need to go back and be sequestered again because they may be called as a rebuttal witness. They're not released from their subpoena. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, Rule 8, I'm not sure what it is. And each
Lawyers
jurisdiction kind of...
Pre-trial conference. I'm still
Laura's in the mother's room with her mother.
Oh, jeez. Actually, no, she would have to be sequestered from her mother because Jan is expected to testify. So,
well, not until the hearing actually starts formally. everybody, make sure you hit the like button, whatever channel you are on. And it really helps the algorithm.
Greg and Ash are sitting next to Megan. Getting the super important hair information because
what color is it? I don't know what she looks like.
I don't know either, unfortunately.
Can't she like snap a couple pictures? Oh no, no photography in the courtroom.
No,
Yep.
Alex, her cousin, is the court photographer, so we will be getting snaps.
They're in a courtroom. So one of the primary reasons that rule is in place, and it's a federal rule. Usually, there's no photography allowed in the courtroom, and that is because the attorney-client privilege is sacred, and nothing should be able to violate that. And people taking photographs, and also the jury is sacred in those cases, and nothing should be able to violate that and those privacy terms. And so people taking photographs, sometimes you could see the attorney's screen or things like that if they're talking, or video recording, unless it's someone who knows what they're doing, they're accountable and all of that, then they could take a video and overhear what they're talking about, things like that. There's a lot of different parts. There's more than just that, but there's a lot of things that go on in the courtroom that are privileged and should not be distributed to the public. That
okay,
was what prompted that.
I refreshed the stream and because it looked like it was stopped on my side, so I'm going to bingo. All right, so from where we are sitting, let me make this in biggin. And it's gone. God dang it. All right, so from here, you see Greg Winnick is standing up over Clayton. Clayton is sitting next to Deandra. They have a computer screen right there with what looks to be text messages. And then Isabella is the blonde with the bob. You've got the...
That's a weird angle for a...
Not when you consider where the court is, because you've got the jury box to the full right of the courtroom. Mm-hmm. And then you've got the judge, the stenographer, and the court administrator. The stenographer is the lady with the reddish blonde hair in the very back. And then you've got the court administrator who's managing the operations there on the left. So, get some live feed going. There's no audio at the moment, at least that I can hear. So we'll see if we can get that soon. And I know a number of people complain about federal cases and the lack of cameras in the courtroom because numerous public trials and affairs already have courtroom or have camera access, but for some reason for the federal system says that you can't have it. It doesn't make sense why, but right now that's the rule, and until people can successfully lobby for that rule to be removed, then we've got to deal with it.
Laura is being guarded by 2 officers for her fear.
Oh,
that
God.
Pisses me off. And the reason that pisses me off is because she is being so overdramatic about everything. Like, there are people who go to these trials and sit next to their ex who has beat the living shit out of them. Sorry. Literally beat them to within inches of their life, and they have to sit within feet of this person and have this court hearing. And they don't have guards. They don't have people protecting them. No one has ever threatened her with violence. No one has ever laid a hand on her.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
But it's a show.
ugh.
So you got Gingras there, looking a little different than he otherwise does on his glamour shots and whatnot. But I think I know that Megan will be requesting the proper court footage once this is done, and that'll give us the face views and everything that everyone is used to. But we should be
Usually
expecting.
they let the pool camera feed into that as well.
I'm gonna say that they're not, just because it's run by teams. But
I'm not sure who the guy standing up was. He may have been an
he's just
intern.
court personnel.
Yeah. I imagine the court has a lot of their staff there to help with everything because this is probably the biggest thing they've seen in a long time. I don't think they're going to sing the national anthem. I could if you want, but it would probably make most of you leave. So,
I'm just gonna say it's on YouTube. If you want to hear the national anthem before the court case, then please go find it.
I will show you my blue hair. You see my blue hair? Isn't that nice? Isn't
The
that
red,
great?
white, and blue right there.
Yeah. You should have seen the letter I wrote the shampoo company this morning.
All rise. Here comes Judge Mata.
I was scared to blow dry it. I was like, is it going to change another color if I blow dry it?
Good morning, everyone. This is the time set in FC 2023-052-114. Appearances, please, beginning first with Petitioner's Counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Gingras on behalf of Laura Owens. Ms. Owens is present with me in court today, along with her mother and our medical expert, Dr. Michael Medel.
Oh, he's in person.
And from the respondent.
They said he was going to be remote.
Clayton Echard, also with me is my co-counsel, Angelina and Isabel Rani.
Good morning to all of you. Is that by chance our expert, maybe? Oh, no, I wasn't talking to the media. You're fine. I was talking to Layla. All right. So, counsels, I know we discussed in chambers whether the rule is going to be invoked or not. What did we decide?
We're not invoking it. We're good.
Okay. All right. So then, as I told the parties, that extends your time by 5 minutes. Each party will be given 50 minutes. We will take a 10-minute break
50 minutes.
roughly halfway through. I allow 10 minutes for technical difficulties because they just happen to everybody. Are either counsel using a laptop that may kick you out on Wi-Fi? No. All right. So that won't be an issue then this morning. And then the additional 10 minutes has now been absorbed into the party's time. Counsel, I note that you wish to make a record before we begin. Did you wish to make that now?
I do, Your Honor, as quickly as I possibly can.
Okay.
So we object to Mr. Michael Maricini being called as a witness. There are two bases for this objection. The first is non-disclosure. I raised this before in a motion in limine, if the court would remember. I don't think the court had all the facts at that time, and I don't know that I had an opportunity to present them. So I just want to briefly explain what the basis is for the non-disclosure objection. I got involved in this case on March 25th, 2024. 2 days after that, Mr. Woodnick served a second supplementary disclosure statement. That was the first time that Mr. Maricini was identified as a witness. The entire disclosure was a single sentence long, and I'll read it. This witness is expected to testify about his prior interactions with the petitioner, her 2 alleged pregnancies during their relationship, and the subsequent litigation. That was the entirety of the disclosure as to Mr. Maricini. As I would in any case, Your Honor, once I got a copy of the file, I started to investigate, and I reached out to the contact person listed for Mr. Maricini, who was a lawyer in California named Randy Sue Pollock. I spoke to Ms. Pollock. She expressed extreme surprise. She had never heard of this case. She had never heard of Mr. Woodnick. She had no idea why I was calling her. I told her that her client had been listed as a witness and that I wanted to know if he was going to come to trial or not. If he was, I may want to speak to him, may want to depose him. She said that she would get back to me and let me know. She sent me an email the next day, dated April 19th, which I have a copy of, and I'll put into the record if Your Honor would allow. She said to me in writing, "My client will not be testifying," referring to Mr. Maricini. I thought, great, one less person, one less time issue to deal with. That remained my understanding until the morning of April 30th, when I received a new disclosure from Mr. Woodnick that totally changed the landscape. This
I'm
was the
waiting for
first time
Mata
that I
to
had
slam
heard
him
there was an
down
issue
so
of fake
hard right
medical
now.
records with Mr. Maricini and my client in California some 8 years ago. That's why I, literally within an hour of seeing that information, I filed an emergency motion for a court hearing. The court unfortunately took 2.5 weeks and then denied that. So I was not given an opportunity to explain the problem. Here we are, Your Honor, the morning of trial. I still don't know what Mr. Maricini can say. That is a complete violation of Rule 49. The whole purpose of the disclosure rules is to avoid surprise. And yet here we are, surprised, waiting to see what he's going to say. That's improper. The second issue, Your Honor, deals with this California court restraining order. I think you have a copy of it. It's one of our trial exhibits. We have a court order from the state of California that prohibits Mr. Maricini from being within 100 yards of Ms. Owens. He's in violation of it right now. There is no exception for court appearances. She is so terrified that she may not be able to sit here during this trial. Under the full faith and credit clause of the U.S. Constitution and also under federal law, this court is required to enforce that order as it is written. You can't change it, you can't modify it, you can't disregard it. And yet here we are. So for those two reasons, I would ask the court to exclude Mr. Maricini.
Thank you. Response?
Do it in 30 seconds, Judge. Number one, you already ruled on this. And number two, there's a lack of transparency in the comments because number one, Your Honor already saw Mr. Maricini's correspondence to Mr. Gingras as to why he didn't want to talk to him. And number two, Mr. Maricini is here and is available, and certainly Mr. Gingras could have walked out in the hallway and talked to him, but instead he called 911.
Very briefly, the whole point here is I wanted to talk to Mr. Maricini. I wanted to interview him either informally, which I would do in any case, or depose him if he wouldn't participate. I couldn't do that because I didn't have contact information from him, and his attorney told me he wasn't coming. So somebody lied to me. I don't know who it was, but I don't care. The disclosure rules require him to disclose everything to me so that I'm not surprised. That was not done. He shouldn't be allowed to testify.
Thank you. Okay. The court did previously rule on this. My ruling will stand, but I appreciate the record. So at this point, counsel, on your client's behalf, how many people will be testifying, and are they in the courtroom right now?
We have 3, and they are all here.
Okay. Do we have the expert available virtually? Okay. And then, counsel, from your perspective, which witnesses are you calling, and are they all here?
We have Mr. Echard and Dr.
All right. All right. So what we're going to do at this time is we're going to swear everybody in. That gives the parties a little bit more time. So I'm going to have anyone who is being called as a witness, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. And I apologize, Dr. Deans. I can't see you, but if you would please raise your right hand.
You and each of you do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You might need to define
Dr.
truth for Miss Owens.
I do.
Thank you. All right. And counsel may or may not choose to make an opening statement. Just as a strategic method, sometimes attorneys choose to reserve their time for testimony and evidence. That being said, does either party wish to make an opening statement?
I do, Your Honor. I'll take about 15 seconds.
Okay, when you're
Your
ready.
Honor, the file notwithstanding, I'm actually a fan of keeping things simple. I believe that simple is better. That means focusing on what matters and filtering out what does not matter. We're here on a petition to establish paternity. Unless I'm missing something, the only possible outcomes of that petition are that paternity is established or it is not. There's no baby in this case. There's nothing to establish. Our position is that the petition is moot, that the court can simply deny it, dismiss it, use whatever verbiage you want to. The only remaining issue is, I guess, this issue of Mr. Echard's request for a judgment of non-paternity. My position is he bears the burden of proving that. There's absolutely no evidence to support that. And Ms. Owens, at the end of the day, she was pregnant, Your Honor. The fact that she was pregnant negates everything else that you're about to hear. Whether she lied to an ex-boyfriend 8 years ago has nothing to do with whether she was pregnant last year. Nothing. It does affect credibility, but as you're about to hear from our medical expert, there's objective proof of pregnancy that does not require relying on her credibility. That's simple. So we would like the court to dismiss, deny the petition. There's no basis for fees. There's no fee request in front of you right now. So I guess you could offer some guidance on what the court would do in the future, but there is no sanctions request to grant. There's no fee motion.
It's about referring it for criminal sanctions, like showing a
Generally, no,
pattern.
but today, yes. Judge, we stand by our pretrial statement in detail as verified by Mr. Echard. I'll remind the court not only has the establishment of paternity matter, which was filed woefully inappropriately, as you'll hear today, and as you know from prior pleadings in this matter. But we've got the collateral protective order proceedings, orders of protection related to that Your Honor indicated we already watched or we're watching the videos related. That's all before the court today, and Your Honor has authority to make the findings today that the petition was filed in bad faith, that there was pervasive fraud on this court in multiple proceedings, and that attorney's fees and sanctions can be ordered in this matter.
All right, so now we'll begin. Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
I was going to call.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So as witnesses come up to the witness stand, you can bring water with you. The exhibits will be displayed for you. Please let us know if you can't see it. And counsels, you should each be made a presenter when it's your turn. But if you haven't, let Layla know.
Judge, are you keeping time, and what's our time check?
Yeah, sure. Petitioners at 4 minutes 34 seconds. Respondents at 1 minute 11. When you're ready.
Your Honor, call Laura Owens.
All right.
First, interesting. She doesn't look like her normal self. Her face looks.
Megan said she looks incredibly thin. I imagine the stress of this, like you're about to get called to task.
Laura, how are you feeling?
Like Woodnick's gonna eat her alive.
Nervous.
No, Deandra's gonna eat her alive.
Then we'll get through this really quick, okay? Lori, we've talked about the timeline of events, and I want to just really quickly run through. When did you first meet Mr. Echard?
May the 17th, I believe we connected on LinkedIn.
Okay. And were you intimate with him at some point?
Yes,
What day was that?
May 20th.
At some point after you were intimate with him, did you test positive for pregnancy?
Yes.
Do you remember the first time that happened?
It was the evening of May 31st.
Okay. After you tested positive the first time, did you do anything to confirm the pregnancy?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went to Banner Health Urgent Care the next day, and I took a test there.
On June 1st?
Yes.
If you can look at the screen in front of you there, it says Exhibit 2. That's actually the wrong number. But that's a printout of the positive pregnancy test that you received from Banner
Yes.
on June 1st?
Yes.
Okay. And after you got the second positive test, what did you do?
I told Mr. Echard.
All right. Did you go see him at some point to talk about it?
Yes.
What day was that?
June 17th.
When you went over to his house, I understand?
Yes,
When you showed up at his house, did he ask you to take a pregnancy test?
he did.
Did you know in advance that he was going to give you that test?
I did not.
Did you take the test in front of him?
Yes, I did.
Did he actually watch you pee on a stick?
Yes, he did.
What was the result of that?
It was positive.
After you had the third test that was positive with him, did he send you an email at some point to talk about the situation?
Yes.
All right, looking at the screen in front of you, is this the email that Mr. Echard sent you on, it looks like June 21st?
Yes.
The third paragraph down has some highlighted text, and I'll just read it. Considering you only performed oral sex on me and no vaginal penetration occurred, the chances of you being pregnant seem considerably low. Although, again, maybe rubbing up against one another allowed a sperm to make its way inside you. It's a very low probability. Nevertheless, it is one. First of all, Clayton wrote that to you. Yes?
Yes.
And did you have conversations with him where he told you that he thought you were pregnant?
Yes.
Is that verbal conversations or text or email or all three?
All three.
Okay. Moving right along. After you got this email on, and I'll move to admit, Your Honor, Petitioner's Exhibit A2.
Any objections?
After the
Magic
email of
sperm.
June 21st, what happened next in terms of your proceeding to verify the pregnancy?
I took additional tests.
Did you have a sonogram done in California?
Yes, I did.
And where was
Bullshit.
that
Planned Parenthood.
done? And you understand, and I'm sure Mr. Woodnick will ask you about this. Planned Parenthood has not been able to verify that you were ever seen there. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
Yes. I went under a fake name when I went there.
Okay. And you had a sonogram done. Did you ever present that sonogram as evidence in any court proceeding anywhere?
No.
We have obviously presented it in this case. But you've admitted already that you changed the name at the top or the location. Did you change the name at the top of the sonogram?
The location, yes.
Why did you do that?
I changed it because Mr. Echard was being threatening towards me, and I didn't want him to know where I had gone and try to track down my providers.
Okay. After the Planned Parenthood sonogram, do you remember approximately what date that was? I know you signed a declaration, I think it said July 2nd, and then there may be a conflict. Do you remember what date that was When?
It was actually the end of June.
Okay. Were you in California?
So now it's
both
before
weekends?
July.
Is that what the confusion was?
Yes.
All right. After the sonogram in California, around July 23rd, did something happen in terms of you passing tissue or anything like that?
Yes.
Can you explain briefly what happened on July 23rd?
Yeah. I wasn't having any symptoms at all, but I did pass tissue that looked like it could have potentially been a miscarriage. I'm not sure if you're going to pull that up or if I was looking for something.
I'll wait. Till
Okay. Yeah. It looked like it could potentially be miscarriage tissue, but I wasn't sure.
Did you seek any medical care after July 23rd, after the tissue passed,
Yes.
related to that?
Yes.
What did you do?
I texted a hotline for pregnancy and miscarriage questions, and I also did an appointment with a telemedicine doctor as well.
Okay, and what did they tell?
Video visit.
I'm sorry, what did they tell you?
They.
Back on
Hold on 1 second. Overruled.
Go ahead.
That means to go ahead. Okay. What was the question? What did they tell me?
Yeah, what information did they give you, if any?
They told me that I needed to monitor myself, but that they felt like unless I had more symptoms, I didn't need to worry that it was a miscarriage.
Okay, and after July 23rd, did you take any other pregnancy tests shortly after that date?
Yes, I did.
What date?
I believe the 27th and then also August 1st before I filed this case.
Okay, so the day that you filed, before you filed this case, how many pregnancy tests did you have?
5.
So you had one on May 31st, you had one on June 1st at Danner, you had another one on June 17th with Clayton. You took one, I have, my notes say July 25th, but I think you just testified maybe a little day or two differently. August 1st also, so 5 positive tests before you filed this case.
Yes.
Did you have any negative tests before you filed this case?
No.
Laura, Clayton has argued, let me go back to the night of May 20th. You have, in your deposition, you said that Clayton actually had sexual intercourse with you. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And was that true?
Yes.
Did you tell him that night that you did not want to have sex?
Yes.
And did he honor that request?
No.
Laura, you've heard Clayton argue at various places in this case that you were trying to trap him in some way by what happened here. Can you explain, if you were trying to trap him, why did you tell him that you didn't want to have sex?
Objection leading.
I wasn't trying to trap him.
Hold on 1 second.
Sorry.
Sustained.
Okay. But you never, that first night with Clayton, you never said to him, let's do it all night long or anything like that.
No.
Objection leading. Sustained.
Did you tell Clayton that you wanted to have sex that night?
No.
Laura, let's switch very quickly. Actually, let's go back to our timeline. After you filed the case on August 1, did you do anything in terms of DNA testing to verify the pregnancy and verify that Clayton was the father?
Yes.
What did you do to verify that?
We took a test. Well, I paid for a test in August at Ravgen, which was the lab that he chose to conduct the test. And I paid for it, and he did not schedule his part of the test.
So, according to my notes, August 15th was the Ravgen initial booking for $725 you paid. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Leading. Sustained.
What date did you initially book the Ravgen test for?
August 15th,
And what did you pay for it?
$725.
Okay. And why didn't that test go forward, or did it go forward?
Clayton did not schedule his part of the test.
Okay, so you had to cancel?
Yes.
Did you eventually successfully complete the testing?
Yes.
What was the result of that?
It was inconclusive, little to no fetal DNA.
Okay. Do you remember when that result came back?
I believe we took the test September 28th, so shortly thereafter.
All right. After the Ravgen results came back, did you have any further pregnancy tests?
Yes.
Do you remember the date, when and where that happened?
Yeah. It was October the 16th, I believe, and it was at any lab test now.
And was that a quantitative test? Did it involve a blood draw?
It was a blood draw, yes.
And do you remember the results of that test?
It still showed that I was pregnant.
At some point, did you eventually learn that you were no longer pregnant?
Yes.
What date did that happen?
November 15th, I believe.
And was that go to a facility called Mom Doc?
Yes.
And how many did they give you a pregnancy test then?
Yes.
More than one test?
They just gave me one test.
And the results were both negative.
Yes.
After you learned that you were no longer pregnant November 14th, did you file anything further in this case?
No.
What was your intent? If we go back to the any lab test now, October 16th, you filed a request for mediation 2 days after that, correct?
Correct.
What was your intent in doing that?
I wanted to dismiss the case. I wanted to go over the test results.
Did you know how to dismiss the case?
No.
So you were making an effort to let Clayton know that you thought the pregnancy was probably ending badly, and you wanted to drop the case.
Objection leading.
All right. Laura, let's switch topics briefly. Did Clayton ever lie to you about real estate contracts?
Yes.
Can you briefly explain what happened with that?
Yeah. I first met him as a realtor, and I had him make 2 offers on 2 different properties on the same day, and found out he never submitted those offers, but I signed them.
When were the offers submitted?
May 24th.
And when did you find out that Clayton didn't send them to the seller?
May 25th, because they were only good for 24 hours.
So he lied to you and said that he had sent offers in that he didn't.
Correct.
Objection argumentative and objection relevance.
Goes to,
Overruled.
go ahead.
Correct.
At some point, did you file a complaint against Clayton with the real estate board?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a response from the board regarding your complaint?
Yes.
What was that response?
They found him in professional violation of a couple of things, but I can't remember what they were.
Laura, that issue with the real estate contracts happened before you tested positive for pregnancy, if I'm understanding the timeline correctly. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever learn why Clayton did not submit those offers, or why he said he didn't?
He said I didn't because he said I had no intention of purchasing real estate.
Did you have an intention of purchasing real estate?
Yes.
Did you wind up purchasing real estate?
Yes.
Let's talk about proof of pregnancy again. So did you take a photo of the test that you took on May 31st?
Yes, I did.
All right. I think attached, if you saw that, yeah, you saw that.
Yeah, I still have the exhibit.
So attached to this email are a couple of photos here. One's right there. Day 11, it says. Is this a photograph that you took?
Yes, day 11 is one I took, and I believe the one above is one Clayton took.
Oh, okay. So the one that says day 11 is a photo that you took, and you sent that to Clayton at or around that time?
Yes.
And then the one above that is, it says day 21, and it also appears to show positive. And that's the test that Clayton gave you.
Yes.
And he sent that picture back to you.
Yeah, he took it right after the test at his place.
All right. And the test that you took at Banner and the results that you received there on June 1st, did you send that to Clayton?
Yes.
And that's it's our exhibit A1, and I'll move to admit that one as well, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection A1, Your Honor.
A1's received.
Okay. Laura, did you do, regarding the Banner test, the day 11 test, or the day 21 test, those 3 tests, did you do anything at all to tamper with the results of those tests?
No.
Did you take any drugs, hormones, or any substance at all to affect the outcome?
No.
Did you use someone else's urine to change the outcome?
No.
Laura, in Clayton's deposition, this exact issue came up about him giving you the test and wanting you to take it in front of him. And he testified, I'll just read from his deposition. Yeah, I wanted to make sure she didn't bring anything into the bathroom, but she couldn't pee right in front of me because she said she had stage fright. So I closed the door so she would be able to pee. Is that deposition testimony truthful?
I did have stage fright. He was right. I did tell him that, but I did pee in front of him because he insisted that I did that.
Okay. And when he sent you the email on July 19th, 2 days after, June 19th, 2 days after you went to his house and took that 3rd test in front of him, did he say anything at all about the fact that you closed the door and couldn't pee in front of him?
No.
Okay. And Clayton, he obviously saw the first pregnancy test that you took. He saw the second one that you took, or the results of it anyway, and the 3rd one that you took in front of him. If we go back to Exhibit A2, at the end of this email, Clayton says, at the very top of the page, he says, I say all this, and in the email, he talks about the fact he thought you might be on some medication that affected the results, I guess. But he says, at the top paragraph,
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He's taking information off of a potential piece of evidence that hasn't been admitted. He's giving quite a narrative.
That has been admitted.
Yeah, 2's been received. If you look in the top left-hand corner, if there's a green sticker, that means it's been received.
My
If it's
apologies,
brown,
Your Honor.
it means it was declined. Go ahead, counsel.
Laura, the question I have for you regarding the first paragraph at the top of the page there, Clayton wrote, or the email says, this is why it's important for us to do the paternity test, because there's no question that if it comes back positive, it is mine. Did Clayton ever tell you that he wanted you to have a paternity test done?
Yes.
Did he ever say to you that if you didn't file this case that he would?
Yes.
How many times?
I don't know how many times. A bunch of times.
At some point before you filed this case, did you hire a lawyer to help you?
Yes.
And who was that?
Bonnie Platter.
And she never appeared in any case for you, is my understanding. Is that right?
Yeah, she never appeared.
Okay, but what did you have her do with regard to Clayton and the pregnancy issue?
I wanted to prevent filing a case publicly in court for both of our sakes. I didn't want it to be public and thought that we could come up with a parenting plan if, in fact, the pregnancy was Clayton's. I thought we could come up with it on our own without having to involve the court.
Okay, so before you filed this case, you made an effort to work with him to get the test done privately without the court being involved.
Yes, and I hired the attorney. I said I would pay for it.
Did he hire anyone?
No.
To your knowledge? Laura, let's move forward to look at Exhibit A3, which, have you ever seen this before?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
This is the message in my patient portal for, I'm part of a domestic violence brain injury program at Barrow, and this is a conversation with my doctor there.
Okay, did you send this email? It looks like it's an email dated June 28th from you to a Dr. Glynis Zeman, Z-I-E-M-A-N. Did you write that email?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit, whatever that is.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
A3 is received.
Laura, in this email at the very top there, you write to Dr. Zeman that you went to Planned Parenthood while in California, and you said they did a scan there, was confirmed that you were pregnant, and that they saw a sac. Does that refresh your recollection about the date that you went to see Planned Parenthood?
Yes.
And is the statement that you made to Dr. Zeman truthful?
Yes.
When you wrote that, did you know that anyone would ever see that in the light of day other than you and Dr. Zeman?
Nope. I had no idea.
Okay. Okay. Can you explain why you changed the name at the top of the sonogram that we talked about before from Planned Parenthood? I don't know if you answered that before.
Yeah. I just didn't want Clayton to know where I had gone to get the sonogram because he had been intimidating before.
If the court can help me switch from my exhibits to Clayton's.
Sure, if you scroll down to where, yep, that exactly. Now go all the way to the bottom. There should be an R. Keep going if you're able to.
Stop there. I don't see that.
It's
Oh, right, it's tiny. I'm blind. Yeah. There it is. Yep. Yep, got it. And we're going to go.
Blind isn't the only problem. Just saying.
I want to see Clayton's exhibits, though.
Yeah, you're going to go all the way down.
Ah, respondents. Gotcha. Okay, Laura, looking at respondents exhibit 31. I don't know why that doesn't match. No, that's not it either. These are not the same as.
So what you want to do is, it may not be the exhibit numbers that the attorneys labeled it as being. Those are the court designations.
I'm looking for his exhibit 31.
All right, so if you look for his exhibit 31, that does show that it is exhibit 31.
Exhibit 31 on his exhibit list is listed petitioner faking ultrasound. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was a video. There we go. That's what I wanted to see right there.
Get your shit together, Giggers.
Clayton's exhibit 31 is appears to be an email from you to Clayton. It says ultrasound video proof. Clayton, here is my 100 billion% real ultrasound video. You recognize that?
It's not an email that I sent, but I've seen it since.
Okay. Well, you answered my question. You know what? First of all, what this exhibit shows. Do you know what it shows?
I do now.
Laura, assuming that what we're looking at here is meant to be an email from you, did you send this to Clayton?
I did not.
Did you ever send Clayton an email with a ultrasound video attached to it?
I did not.
Do you have any idea why Clayton would think that you sent him an email like this?
Well, yeah, that has my signature on it.
Well, that's a fair statement. But you didn't send this. Do you know who did?
I have my suspicions, but I can't be.
No, let's hear it. I'd like to hear it.
I have a suspicion that an ex of mine sent this to Clayton.
Who? Which ex?
Greg Gillespie.
Is he in the courtroom today?
Seriously?
Yes. Okay.
We're going to do
Why
this?
do you think Greg Gillespie sent this?
Because Greg has hacked my email before and has admitted to hacking other people's emails.
Okay. So you're obviously under oath, under penalty of perjury. You did not send that email, and you don't know who did.
Correct.
Okay. Let's talk about going back to our Exhibit A5. Got it. Whoops. So can you tell us what Exhibit A5 is? Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this a receipt well, it's an email, but does this reflect the RavGen that you talked about before?
Yes.
Okay, and that was August 15th that you made that payment?
Yes.
And then later on here at the bottom, you indicate, let's see here. Friday, this appears to be an email from you Friday, August 18th. Did you write that email?
Yes.
You send that to, well, it looks like to Clayton and also CC'd RavGen?
Yes.
It states here that unfortunately Clayton has refused to take the prenatal paternity test. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Is that the reason why the test didn't happen in mid-August?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit A5.
Objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
A5's received.
Okay. Let's look at Clayton's Exhibit 9. Hopefully, there we go. Laura, do you recognize this exhibit, Exhibit 9?
Yes.
This appears to be an email from you to Clayton dated October 14th, 2023. And this is an email that you sent him?
Yes.
All right. In this email, first of all, you're saying some reference to a sonogram video, and you said it matches up with the still video that Dave sent me. I assume that we're talking about Dave.
Yes.
And you told him this was not my ultrasound. I stand by that 100%. Did Dave Neal ever? Did Dave? Well, first of all, who's Dave Neal?
Dave Neal is a content creator.
And at some point, did Dave send you a sonogram video and ask if it was yours?
Yes.
What did you say to him?
I said it was not mine.
Did you ever have a sonogram video of any kind with Clayton?
No.
Did you ever send a sonogram video to anyone claiming that it showed the pregnancy with Clayton?
No.
If we go down to the second paragraph, Laura, I'm going to see if I can highlight here. And again, this is you talking. I can't highlight. The second sentence in the second paragraph, I'll read it. I think you were very, very high that night, and you forgot that when you were on top of you on your couch, you were begging me to let you put it in for 30 seconds, then 25, then 20, 15, 10, and I said no each time. Then I thought you were just fingering me, but you stuck it in briefly. First of all, you wrote those words to Clayton, right?
Yes.
And were those words accurate?
Yes.
Is that what happened that night on May 20th?
Yes.
When you sent this email to Clayton, did he ever respond back to you and deny that that's what happened?
No.
Let's talk now about the last positive test that you took. Here it says Exhibit A9, but that's not it. You went to any lab test now at some point, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And when did that happen?
On October 16th, I believe.
Okay. Why? Again, these aren't matching up. Yeah, we're on his. That's fine. There it is. Okay. So Laura, looking at Exhibit A9, do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the results from the test I took at any lab test now.
And is it your understanding that result, it says 102 age, is it your understanding that you were testing pregnant at still in mid-October 2023?
Yes.
Objection misstates the evidence.
Overruled. It can be addressed in cross-examination.
So did you do anything at all to tamper with this test, take any drugs, inject yourself with anything at all to affect this?
No, I did not.
And this was a blood draw that came out of your arm?
Yes.
Did you supply them the blood yourself, or did a phlebotomist take it out of your arm?
A phlebotomist took it.
So 2 days after this is when you filed the request for mediation, I think, in this case, right?
Yes.
And after that date, you filed nothing further.
This was 2 days prior to when I filed for mediation.
Did you pretty much understand that when you got this test that was probably not going to be a viable pregnancy?
That it was probably not, yeah, but I still saw that it said anything over 4 was pregnant, so.
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit A9.
No objection.
And A11.
I would object for
Tell us if
not
you
a
recognize what this is.
medical opinion.
The records from Mom Doc.
Okay, and this is an OBGYN facility that you visit?
Yes.
And according to the date here. It says November 14th, 2023. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And so this is when you went in and had a test done that came back negative, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit A11 if we have.
No objection.
A11's received.
All right. Laura, let's look at Exhibit A6.
Those were HCG
Can you tell us what Exhibit
tests?
A6 is?
Yes, that's me showing my pregnant stomach.
And when did you create that video? Do you know?
September the 19th.
Okay. Let me see here. Your Honor, I'll move to admit A6.
No objection, Your Honor.
And let's look at
HCG
A7.
is what can be
It's
altered in our
similar
blood by our
to-
meds.
Did you take this video yourself, or it looks like you're obviously not
Yeah.
holding the camera, but what you put on a
Yeah, I
little
put it
stand?
on the stand. Yeah.
You took this video. Do you remember the date of this?
October the 9th.
Okay. I don't know if it showed anything there, but it's real short. Okay. Laura, between May 20th and November 14th, we've established November 14th, you were no longer pregnant. Did you experience any pregnancy symptoms?
Yes.
Can you explain what those symptoms were?
Yeah, I had very bad morning sickness and nausea, and my breasts were very tender.
You remember how much you weighed when you went to see Mom Doc?
I believe it was 121. Or, I'm sorry, no, not Mom Doc. I thought you were meaning in May. I was 133 at Mom Doc. I'm sorry about that.
So around the time that this was taken, your weight was 133. What do you weigh today?
91 pounds.
Will you stand up and show the court and everyone what you look like now compared to the picture behind you?
Are you
Can you
serious?
come up from behind the screen there? And just do a little turn for us. Laura, that's enough, thanks.
Don't forget to kick your leg.
For the last time, were you pregnant with Clayton?
Yes.
Did you think that you were pregnant with Clayton?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to think that you weren't when you filed this case?
No.
Did you lie about being pregnant with Clayton?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Counsel, you've used 29 minutes and 30 seconds. When you're ready.
And Your Honor, is it okay if I proceed from the podium? Will the court be able to hear me?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine.
Confront her, Deidre.
We have a media microphone on the podium, correct? Okay, all right. When you're ready.
Good morning, Ms. Owens.
Good morning.
You understand that you're currently under oath and must testify truthfully today, correct?
Correct.
You understand the difference between the truth and the lie, right?
We can
Obviously,
barely hear
yes.
And you would agree with me that fabricating or doctoring evidence is dishonest and unreasonable behavior, right?
Right.
And you're aware that lying under oath is a crime in the state of Arizona, correct?
Correct.
And the reason I'm asking these questions, Ms. Owens, is because I've cross-examined you before, right?
Right.
I cross-examined you in the injunction against harassment during the court offenses on November 2nd of 2020, right?
Right.
And during this hearing, that hearing, you'd recall that I gave you the opportunity to correct the record and come clean about any false information or testimony you may have provided, right?
Right.
And you told me you had nothing to correct, right?
Correct.
And then you proceeded to lie to the court.
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You testified that you were 100% pregnant on November 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And you testified that you were 24 weeks pregnant specifically.
Correct.
I'd like you to take a look at your exhibit A11, please.
She's got them in front
I
of
can see. Yeah.
Ms. Owens, this appointment that you attended at Mom Doc on November 14th of 2023 was 12 days after I cross-examined, right?
Correct.
And during that cross-examination, I pointed out that you had no legitimate medical records to support the pregnancy, right?
I mean, you said that, but I don't agree with it. No.
At this appointment, Ms. Owens, it was confirmed that you were not pregnant, correct?
Correct.
These Mom Doc records also indicate that you were diagnosed with PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome, right?
I've had that since I was 17. Yes.
Okay. And you'll recall it that on November 2nd, specifically questioned you about any physical health diagnoses that you had, right?
I don't remember, but if you say so, then yes. I can't say one way or the other if I did or didn't. I'll take your word for it, but it's not something that I live with daily.
You also failed to tell me that in 2016, Doctors Chan and B diagnosed you with cancer and apparently removed one of your ovaries.
They did not.
Okay. So as you sit here today, you're denying that.
I will absolutely deny that that happened.
Now, per what you reported, what you self-reported to the mom doc, they listed a spontaneous abortion date of August 12th of 2023 at 8 weeks pregnant, correct?
They listed a lot of things that were inaccurate here. I never told them that I had an abortion that date.
Okay, well, the spontaneous abortion, if I were to tell you, is consistent with a miscarriage. Would you agree with me that they listed a miscarriage date of August 12th of 2023 at 8 weeks pregnant?
Yes, but I also never was pregnant in 2019, so I don't know where that came from.
And Ms. Owens, based on what you know about pregnancy, as someone who's allegedly been pregnant 3 or 4 times in the past, you miscarried at 8 weeks pregnant, that wouldn't line up with your alleged conception date with Mr. Echard, would it?
I don't know, and I'm telling you, I never told them that I was 8 weeks pregnant and lost that on August 12th.
In your mom doc record, and also in your deposition, self-reported that you passed 2 sacks which appeared to have a membrane, correct?
Correct.
And I'd like you to take a look at what we've marked as Exhibit 49, which is your deposition transcript. And Ms. Owens, you recall sitting for a deposition on March 1st of 2024, correct?
Correct.
And your counsel at the time following that deposition was provided with a copy of this transcript as well as you, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't take any opportunity to correct this transcript.
I actually didn't see it until you guys sent it to us. My former counsel never showed this to me. So
Okay. Well, you're aware that this has been marked as a copy of your deposition transcript for March 1st of 2024, correct?
correct.
And this is a true and accurate copy of the transcript that you received, correct?
From your office, yes. I did not get one prior to that.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 49, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Is that A or B, counsel? I apologize.
I guess it would be, Your Honor.
C49 is received.
And Ms. Owens, during your deposition, specifically on page 149, lines 18 through 21, you testified that you started spotting, meaning you were having a light period in August or September, correct?
I wasn't having a light period. I didn't end up getting a period until November.
Well, in your
I said
deposition-
light spotting, but sorry. I said light spotting, but that wasn't a period.
In your deposition, page 151, line 24, you claim you passed the 2 sacks, which appeared to have a membrane in September or October, correct?
Correct.
But in the mom doc records, you claim you passed the 2 sacks a few weeks after your alleged ultrasound at Planned Parenthood, right?
Several weeks after.
There's an inconsistency there, right?
Right. I wasn't sure what the date was.
No OBGYN or qualified medical professional conducted an ultrasound, performed a physical examination, or performed a blood test to confirm your alleged pregnancy on or before August 1st of 2023, right?
Wrong.
Okay, let's talk about that, because I suspected you would answer that this way. You claim that you had an alleged ultrasound at Planned Parenthood in Southern California, correct?
Correct.
And you testified during your deposition that the alleged ultrasound at Planned Parenthood was in Mission Viejo, California on July 7th of 2023,
Mhm.
right?
I did say it was there. That's where I was staying at the time in Mission Viejo.
While being examined by your attorney, Mr. Ingris, you said that you went to Planned Parenthood under a fake name, right?
Right.
But you didn't bother to provide our office with the alleged name that you went to Planned Parenthood under, right?
Right.
And you knew that we were seeking your records from Planned Parenthood specifically because of the alleged ultrasound that you had there, right?
Right.
So wouldn't it have made sense for you to provide our office with a copy or the name that you allegedly went to Planned Parenthood under?
I felt like the whole purpose of going to Planned Parenthood is to remain anonymous and that's one of my protections.
I want you to take a look at Exhibit 28. Is this a true and accurate picture of the ultrasound claim you received at Planned Parenthood in California in July of 2023?
That looks like it, yes.
I move to admit Exhibit 28, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
P28 is received.
And Ms. Owens, this ultrasound image does not say Planned Parenthood. It says SMIL, which I'll call SMILE for today, correct?
Correct.
And in your deposition, you admitted you altered this ultrasound picture to say SMILE instead of Planned Parenthood, right?
Correct.
And you admitted in your deposition to altering this picture on the Adobe Acrobat program at your house, right?
Correct.
During the deposition, you testified that the date listed here of July 7th of 2023 was correct and hadn't been edited by you, right?
Correct.
But you later admit that you lied about this July 7th ultrasound date, right?
Correct.
And you execute an affidavit on April 16th of 2024, claiming the correct date for this already doctored ultrasound was actually July 2nd of 2020, correct?
Correct.
So I want to get this straight, Ms. Owens. You initially claimed you had an ultrasound at Planned Parenthood on July 7th, which you doctored to say it was from Smile, right?
Correct.
Then the story changes again, and you claim that the ultrasound image should actually be dated July 2nd of 2020, right?
Correct.
So you changed the date on the ultrasound from July 2nd to July 7th, correct?
Correct.
And you utilized this altered or fake ultrasound to try to convince Mr. Echard and the court and the media that you were pregnant with Mr. Echard's twins.
This was never submitted to the court.
You're aware that Planned Parenthood has no record of an ultrasound, correct?
Under my real name, yes, I'm aware.
And again, established, you didn't provide our office with the name of your that you allegedly went to Planned Parenthood under, correct?
Correct.
You never attended an appointment with Planned Parenthood.
Yes, I did.
She's cocky.
This
I think you're muted if you're talking.
of our request and response from Planned Parenthood regarding your records dated April 26th, 2024, correct?
Correct. I don't believe I've seen this, but I have no idea.
And counsel, I'm so sorry. I'll stop the clock like I've done for the others. We're going to give you a microphone because as I anticipated, there was a problem picking up.
Thank you, court. But no, they have a canceled appointment from Planned Parenthood for her.
We work with what we have, right? All right, go ahead.
Yeah, not giving the other party the name.
Exhibit 29 is a copy of our request
Could
and
be
a response
obstruction.
from Planned Parenthood regarding your records dated April 26th of 2024, correct?
Correct.
Move for the admission of exhibit 29, Your Honor.
Objection?
No objection.
P29 is received.
And while you've indicated today that you went to Planned Parenthood under a fake name, the letter actually indicates that you had scheduled an appointment for July 2nd, but that you failed to attend.
Correct.
It also indicates that the ultrasound image that you claimed was from Planned Parenthood was not from Planned Parenthood because it was not consistent with ultrasound images generated by their practice, right?
Not by the one in Mission Viejo. Correct.
Ms. Owens, these are yes or no questions. This document states that the ultrasound image you have claimed is from Planned Parenthood is not consistent with ultrasound images generated by their practice, right?
By that practice, but as they said, I could have been seen by another different entity.
Ms. Owens, you're well aware that this request covered all of Orange County and San Bernardino County.
It didn't cover Los Angeles, though.
Now you're saying you went to Planned Parenthood in Los Angeles.
Yes.
So you're telling us you went to Planned Parenthood in Los
God
Angeles
damn it, woman.
on the day of trial today.
Yes.
Okay.
Where's
When
the
did you go to
mic?
Planned Parenthood in Los Angeles.
Exactly when I said I went.
When was that?
July 2nd.
Okay. I'd like to go back to the two stats.
That's the third
passed.
place?
So again,
Yeah.
in your deposition, you claimed you passed them in September or October, right?
Yes.
But then you changed the date and claimed that you passed these two stacks on July 23rd of 2020, right?
Right.
And you actually had an appointment scheduled with Dr. McCool, who you claimed is your high-risk perinatologist, for July 24th of 2020, right?
Right, that I canceled days prior.
Okay, so you canceled that appointment.
Days prior.
Then you scheduled it to August 7th, right?
Yes, if that's the date that I did.
So wouldn't you agree with me that for someone who has had miscarriages in the past and who has an alleged high-risk pregnancy, it would be prudent to attend an in-person appointment shortly after passing 2 SACs?
Well, that's why I asked the doctors online.
Oh, and these are yes or no questions.
I'm,
You're looking at your attorney, but you need
who's
to look at
shaking?
the question from me.
Okay, can you ask the question again?
Wouldn't you agree that as someone who has a high-risk pregnancy that allegedly passed 2 SACs on July 23rd of 2023, it would have been important for you to see your high-risk perinatologist immediately after that happening?
Well, that's why I that's why I immediately contacted telemedicine. It was at night.
You contacted a telemed provider instead of attending the appointment with your high-risk perinatologist.
It had already been canceled days prior.
So you had 4 appointments scheduled with Dr. McCool that you never attended, right?
Correct.
And you intentionally failed to attend those appointments because all of those appointments would have resulted in a medical record that stated you were not pregnant, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained to the form of the question, but you can ask the question in a different way.
I'll move on here. During the November 2nd hearing, you denied that the DNA test results came back with little to no fetal DNA, right?
What?
During the November 2nd hearing,
I said that the test was.
the question was on. During the November 2nd hearing, you denied that the DNA test results came back with little to no fetal DNA. Ms. Owens, I see you continue.
No, I didn't. I never said it didn't. I said it came back
confused.
inconclusive.
I'm confused about what date she's referring to. What?
November 2nd.
November 2nd hearing.
November 2nd hearing.
Okay, again, before my time, so that's why I'm confused. I apologize.
I replayed them for you.
I said it was
The whole
inconclusive and it was
thing.
little to no fetal DNA. I never said it came back anything but that.
Okay, well, today you've admitted that there was little to no DNA, little to no fetal DNA, right?
I've never said there was anything else.
You also ordered and took a blood HCG test through any lab test now on October 16th of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And I'd like you to take a look at Exhibit 36, page 201. Actually, this has already been admitted, so we'll move past that. By the time of this test on November 16th, you had claimed you were previously seen at Banner, Planned Parenthood, Dr. McCool, Dr. Higley, and even Dr. Zeman, right?
Your Honor, objection. She misstated the date. She said September 16th, I believe. It's October
That
16th.
can be addressed in redirect.
I said that Dr. McCool's my doctor. I did not say that I had seen him. I said I had seen Dr. Higley and the rest. Correct.
We'll talk about Dr. Higley, but your answer is would you like me to repeat the question, Stone?
For
Okay. I'm going to stand here. It seems like you're looking at Mr. Gingrich quite a bit for guidance.
no, I don't need guidance from my attorney. I know how to answer the questions.
By the time of your
Gingrich is accused of doing picture signs to Laura.
you claimed you were previously seen at Banner, Planned Parenthood,
Picture?
Dr. Higley, and Dr. Zeman,
Call
right?
signs like
Yes.
But instead of going to any of those providers for this test, you went to an entirely new provider, correct?
I just went on my way home from taking the RavGen test, actually.
Yes or no question?
Well, it wasn't a provider. It was a self-paid test. So
Okay, so you didn't go to any of your prior providers for this test, right?
correct.
By your own admission, in your affidavit signed April 16th of 2024, this result of an HCG level of 102 was not consistent with pregnancy, right?
Objection misstates the testimony.
Overruled. You can answer.
Oh,
Didn't he get on record for a
can
reason?
you say it again? I'm sorry.
she stepped away from it to get in front of Gingrich.
The test result of 102 for the level for HCG not consistent with the pregnancy.
Objection.
Go
ahead.
I learned that it was.
Learned that it was consistent with pregnancy or was not.
Well, the test results said anything above 4 was pregnant, so I thought 102 was pregnant, but then I learned it was not.
So you would agree with me that this is not consistent with pregnancy.
No, I wouldn't.
You doctored this particular test twice, Ellen, correct?
I doctored the test once.
Okay, and when was that?
When I tried to send it to Dave Neal to get him to stop creating harassing videos at me.
And what amount of doctorate level was that?
It was like 102,000, I believe.
So if we pull up Exhibit 17, page 113. So you'll recognize this as it looks like the same test from October, but it has an HCG level different than what you just indicated, and it says 131,902.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes, that's.
So you also doctored this test.
No, I didn't know what the number was that I had made it to.
Well, Ms. Owens, I agree with you. You doctored this test twice. One to say 102,000, and again to say 131,902, right?
I doctored it, I guess, to say 131,902.
As of October 17th, 2023, when you received this test result, you had reason to believe you were not pregnant, right?
Yes, after doing some research, yes.
Okay. But then you proceeded to lie under oath at hearings before this court on October 24th, October 25th, and November 2nd, correct?
That's not correct, no.
Instead of telling the truth, you tampered with this HCG test to increase the level and offered that as support for a pregnancy.
To a content creator, not to the court.
You also testified on November 2nd, unequivocally, that your OBGYNs were Dr. McCool and Dr. Hickey, right?
Right.
In fact, you went so far as to state that your main OBGYN is the perinatalogist, Dr. McCool, right?
Correct.
You further testified on November 2nd that you had last seen Dr. Hickey on last Friday, right?
Right.
You lied to the court when you made these statements.
I had the appointment scheduled, which you guys have. I know, but it needs to be answered.
No.
Correct. It needs to be answered. I had an appointment scheduled with him that I did not attend, but I did have an appointment scheduled.
Okay, so when you say you were seen by a doctor, that's not the same as having an appointment scheduled, correct?
Correct.
So we would agree that you were dishonest when you said you were physically seen by Dr. Higley the Friday before the November 2nd hearing.
Correct. That's a very minor thing.
Minor perjury.
Yeah,
problem.
really.
So
You know,
you've never been seen
I mean, if
by-
this is good, I'm not comfortable if the JFC crew is going to
Good.
be having reactions, honestly.
Okay, I'm going to stop the clock at this time. Counsel, you ask questions. Ma'am, you answer the questions. I could ask the gallery to please keep your
I
reactions.
think I
I'm
can't.
still talking, ma'am. Keep your comments to a minimum or you will be asked to leave. Go ahead, counsel.
I'm not comfortable with the JFC
So you've never
crew,
been seen by Dr. McCool, Dr.
gang,
Medical,
that cult.
correct?
Correct.
And the records from Dr. McCool's office indicate that you made 4 appointments that you never attended, correct?
Correct.
And the records from Dr. Higley's office that we obtained indicate that they have no records for you from August 2020 through the present, right?
I'm sorry, you said Dr. Higley or Dr. McCool? Can I take a minute?
Can we have just a 5-minute recess?
Sure, at this time. No, go ahead. What were
She
you
didn't
saying?
get upset till she got caught in a lie.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we factored in a 10-minute break, so what we'll do is we'll take it now. And then when we come back, there will be no further breaks, so that's just something for the parties to keep in mind. We'll stand.
We're going to take a break 30 minutes in.
All right.
I need to talk to my attorney. I don't know how to handle these lies. I forgot what my lies are. Give me a fucking break.
This is going to hurt her more than it's going to benefit her.
Yeah,
Because
because she's probably going to need it. Well, this is halfway through her shit.
But
So
the-
this is actually the best time for a break for her.
well, no, because now anything else that they want to get brought, hi, guy, can you not? All right, we'll just put him off for now. But no, it's going to give the attorneys time to figure out what more they need to get and not get, and
It is, but it's also giving her a chance to regroup and Gingras a chance to tell her what to do and what not to do. And now that he sees what kind of tactic they're using, he can pump her up a little bit. So,
well, I don't know what
one
pumping
half
up is
dozen
going
of
to
the
be.
other.
It's confronting her own statements, so
but they have a plan in place on how to handle those statements because obviously they know they're going to get confronted with them. You know,
Yeah.
I know these lies are on the table. So what are we going to do? It just, some of your comments have me rolling.
Which one?
Does she what the in my chat? Does she what is it? Did she clean her? What is it with the bottle? Gosh, what was it? I wrote it down. Something. Does she clean her mouth with a clean her throat with a bottle brush?
Wow.
She's so horrid.
Jeez.
Because her voice, they've been tearing up her voice. Talking about the vocal fry. I didn't know
Yeah.
what a vocal fry was. I learned what a vocal fry was today.
It's
I always
like
thought it
the
was like-
typical accent where she is trying to say stuff and talking out of the back of her throat for whatever reason.
Yeah, it's like Valley Girl with a little bit of a smokers, you know?
So,
What did you miss? Ha, you missed it all.
yeah, so let's bring up the live doc.
So a quick recap. This is the Echard v. Owens, or Owens v. Echard case. Laura Owens went on a one-night little hookup with Clayton Echard. Didn't really hook up, but messed around. She claimed she was pregnant with twins. He didn't think she was really pregnant. Paternity suit ensued. Then all of a sudden, she's not pregnant anymore. Now they're having a. Now they're in court to go back and forth and decide whether she should have some kind of sanctions against her for this. So that is what this court case is.
Yeah, Meg's
That is why we're
posted
here.
a number of videos summarizing everything, but immediately what has happened, we had opening statements, and Gingras put Laura up on the stand first, going over her story, saying that, you know, her credibility may be at in play here, but otherwise she's telling otherwise truthful statements. He asked her initially that how she's feeling. She said she's nervous. She claimed that Clayton watched her take the pregnancy test at his house when she came over a number of weeks
Clayton
afterwards.
Previously said that he did not watch her. She got stage fright and kicked him out of the room. So when she actually urinated, he was not in the room. So that's contradictory to what has already been entered in evidence.
Right. She now says that she went to Planned Parenthood under a false identity, and in discovery and signing over the records that was done at the status conference in February, she did not offer the name that she would have used in order to procure the pregnancy, and even told the lawyers that even though the Planned Parenthood covers the entire region, it supposedly doesn't cover Los Angeles, which is where she would have gone. So,
She had previously said she went to Mission Viejo. Is that part
and
of
another
Los
one.
Angeles? Okay, because
But
they reached out and they got a statement from them saying, "Could this be your ultrasound?" And Planned Parenthood responded and said, "No, we didn't create this. This isn't consistent with our product."
Yeah, so there's
now
Planned
she's saying-
Parenthood North
No, I went to
Carolina.
a different one.
Yeah. So Planned Parenthood Northern California covers San Francisco. But there's no Mission Viejo there. I'm going to have to find that document.
I don't think it would be Northern California.
No,
Would
it wouldn't.
Yeah, Mission Viejo is Orange County. I think it's like right outside Los Angeles. So I don't know why those wouldn't be part of the same
I got to find
umbrella.
it might be Planned Parenthood Los Angeles.
I was replying to a comment.
Where is it? Dang it.
This is a civil case, Sasha. It's a family law case. she brought up in Arizona, they have a different set of laws, and you can actually bring a paternity case before the kids are born. While you're pregnant, you can bring a paternity case. So it's all straightened out by the time the babies are born. And that's what happened. She brought a paternity case claiming she was pregnant, but it turns out that she lied about being pregnant. And so she's being called on her lies, and she's doubling down on her story, even though she's not presented a shred of evidence that actually supports her. Did she have COVID in her pee? I don't know.
Yeah,
The main thing is she was presenting HCG tests. So all the tests she has were positive for HCG. The thing is that she was taking medication that can elevate her HCG level. And there's also lots of ways where you can elevate it yourself. Like you can get fertilization treatment, and she deals with horses. You can actually get that medication for animals to help with fertilization, to reproduction. If you're breeding horses, things like that, it's very easy to get that, take it yourself. And yes, Motriphen is an anti-epileptic. Sorry.
No, you're good. So there's two larger outreaches. There's Planned Parenthood of Orange and San Bernardino counties, and then there's Planned Parenthood of Los Angeles.
Okay. So she did her research. So she's saying, oh, well, you reached out to this one. So that's not the one I went to. I went to this one.
Right.
But no information has ever been provided about that, and this name has never been mentioned before today.
Yeah. So, and she knows that the lawyers were trying to get discovery, but in her mind, she believes that it is somehow a right to be anonymous when going to Planned Parenthood, which they don't do because you're supposed to present ID anyway.
Planned Parenthood generally doesn't release that information to anybody unless there's a court order, and in this case, there's a court order. Like you can't be anonymous anywhere from a court order.
Right.
Like it just doesn't happen. Somebody asked, what's the worst case scenario for sanctions for her?
I don't know.
And it would be a referral for criminal charges.
Yeah.
Would be worst case scenario. She would receive sanctions, which could be financial sanctions, is all the judge could do. And if she doesn't or comply with those orders, then the judge would have the authority to put her in jail for not complying until she complied. But the judge can't sentence her to jail, I don't believe, for any of this. It would have to be referred to criminal.
Right. Angeli asked, was Mike Maricini able to stay? Yes, he was able to stay. So Gingras made a big hubbub in calling 911 because he showed up, because he's in violation of the California protection order, but he is a subpoenaed witness and he can shove eggs at this point. Apparently the tilted lawyer will be giving his analysis at 3 p.m. I imagine local. So that would be in like 4 or 5 hours. Just as an FYI.
Sasha, that's what she wants, is that they're no longer to be a case. They're actually, that's what Gingras said in his opening statement, is the babies are gone. So let's just close the case. But you can't do wrong and not face repercussions for it. So that's basically all we're dealing with at this point, is proving that she lied so that there's a statement of non-pregnancy on the record, and that basically clears Clayton. And that gives him ammunition for a defamation lawsuit, for possible extortion things like that. So once it's ruled definitively she was never pregnant, none of this has to be relitigated.
Right.
Otherwise, they have to go back to the beginning and go through every single detail of this case again, which I don't think anybody wants to do.
I'm surprised that we have to go through all this stuff already, because it's already relitigated, or it's been in motions and all in depositions and all that other stuff. But we've also gone through some of this stuff ad nauseum, 10, 11, 12 times. So it feels very familiar to us.
It hasn't officially been ruled on by the court.
Right.
And until the court rules on it and it's in the court record, then it's not. She threw the sacks away, and that's, sorry, I'm replying to comments that you can't see. Can you see my comments?
I can see your comments. They have a little chain icon on them.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. So she said she threw the sacks away. And
After sending them to a
them.
telehealth provider, which is the abortion and miscarriage hotline, also sending it to her sister and her mother. So, and I'm not a woman, so I would not know any of this, but supposedly, when you have PCOS, you can sometimes discharge what I will call fleshy objects. However, the picture that was supposedly produced is led to believe that there's heavy photoshopping on it due to some weird auroras around some of the edges.
Yes.
Going back to
Stop the ads.
pay for
You guys
premium.
have to keep. No, my people don't have to keep seeing ads while we're watching this.
You shouldn't be getting. Well, I don't think there's a way you can turn off ads. Because
There's in live. There's a thing you can turn them
okay.
down. I think I turned them down, so you shouldn't see as many. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. So she says RevGen test showed she was pregnant. Which one? But the RevGen test doesn't verify pregnancy. They only test for paternity, which is why when they say little to no fetal DNA, that means they don't. There's either no DNA or so infrequent amount that they cannot make their greater than 95% dispositive claim that whoever is the father. She claims she didn't send the video sonogram to anyone. She claimed that Greg Gillespie was the one who hacked her email and sent it out to the media.
That's just so ridiculous.
Yeah.
Okay, and just to clarify on that, somebody was asking earlier about him hacking, and I don't believe it was hacking. I believe
We might be
had
coming back.
left
At Banner Health
left it
was
open
Valentine's Day.
somewhere.
You're aware that
It was in conversation with her as to when the due date would be.
yes or no questions. You're aware that the record you provided from Banner lists no such due date, right?
It can't be answered in a yes or no manner. I'm saying
Yes, no, or I don't know.
so then can you please
Sorry, guys,
repeat
we're
the question?
trying to get it back.
So you're aware.
Is that your
the
banner
record
or
from
hers?
Banner
That's hers.
provided that your attorney just admitted into evidence does not have an alleged due date of any kind on it, right?
Okay, then yes.
I want you to take a look at what's our Exhibit 17, page 110.
It's muted on their side,
And
guys.
this is the
I've
same as your Exhibit
turned it up. I've got
A1.
it boosted.
This is a picture you took of a portion of a page from Banner, correct?
Correct.
Where is the rest of the document, Ms. Owens?
Clayton had it.
I'm asking you, where is the rest of the document in this particular exhibit?
I don't know, but there's nothing I was trying to hide from it. Clayton got the entire thing.
So you recognize you've been accused of faking records, right?
Yes.
And you expect the court to accept a picture of a portion of an alleged record?
You guys got the results yourselves, so
These are yes or no questions.
that's
Attorney
not
is going to
fair.
have an opportunity to conduct redirect examination. You can elaborate then.
I mean, that's not fair. You guys know that you have the results of this that show the same thing, so I wasn't hiding anything here. That's not fair.
I have to respond, so I'd ask that the court find this non-responsive.
Court will designate it as non-responsive.
For someone who's been involved in court cases nonstop since at least 2016.
You know what? That's not accurate. I have not been involved nonstop since
Stop the clock for a moment, and I'm going to remind the parties. Counsel, you ask a question, ma'am, you answer the question. Otherwise, we move into a different area that I don't think anyone wants to go into. Counsel, resume.
Ms. Owens, you have been involved in court cases since at least 2016, correct?
nonstop, or are you saying since 2016? Can you just rephrase the question?
Answer the question as I've asked it. Been involved in court cases since 2016?
No.
Okay. This particular document, Exhibit A1, has 3 different types of highlighting on it, correct?
I see 2.
And Isabel, if you can please pull our Exhibit 17, page 110. You'll see this is the same document, but I believe maybe when your office scanned it in, you can't see all the highlighting. So I'm going to show you ours. You see there's 3 different types of highlighting.
Yes.
And you highlighted this on the same Adobe Acrobat program that you used to alter the other records, correct?
This was the doctor highlighted point of care test results, and then I highlighted first trimester pregnancy and encounter for pregnancy test on my iPhone, but it wasn't Adobe Acrobat.
But you agree that there's 2 different types of highlighting on this document, correct?
Yes.
And I want to talk to you about the date of this alleged HCG test. We can agree that a woman typically takes the pregnancy test when they miss their menstrual, right?
Well, my case was different.
So these are yes or no questions.
I think the answer depends. I don't get a period, so I don't know how to answer that.
What?
I don't.
So small.
You testified that you got one in November.
Correct.
And between 2014 and the present, you have alleged that you were pregnant by 4 different men, correct?
Correct.
And all 4 of those men told you, one way or another, that they believed you fabricated those pregnancies, right?
The first was not so specific about that.
And 3 of them are here today, right?
Correct.
And they also believe that you doctored medical records, right?
Objection foundation.
Sustained.
I'll move on, Your Honor. Ms. Owens, each time that one of these 3 men refused to be in a relationship with you and questioned your pregnancy narrative, you obtained an order of protection against them, right?
False.
Okay, well, you have an order of protection against Mr. Greg Gillespie, correct?
Correct.
And he didn't believe that you were ever pregnant with his child, right?
No, that's wrong. He had me, I went to a doctor. He told me I needed to go to the specific doctor to confirm the pregnancy, which I did, who spoke to
Okay,
him.
stop. I'm striking that response. The court reporter has been very clear. Everyone's talking over each other for appellate purposes. And the fact that one of the parties is paying for the court reporter, I implore you please to talk one at a time. With regards to the objection, it's overruled. Go ahead, counsel.
Your Honor, I'll move on in the interest of time. Ms. Owens, you didn't file an affidavit of financial information in this case, did you?
I did.
When did you file that?
August or September. It's with the court.
Okay.
It's on the record.
Well, consistent with your deposition testimony and your April 16th affidavit, you would agree with me that you make approximately $200,000 a year and then have approximately $500,000 in like a money market, right?
I don't have $500,000 in a money market account.
Okay, but you would agree with me that you make approximately
Gingrich
$200,000
does.
a year?
It's with businesses I have with my mom, so it's proportional to us. With our companies, yeah.
Ms. Owens, I want to give you one more opportunity. The media is here. You know that this case has gone viral. You have an opportunity right now
Do the right thing.
to come clean
You can
and
do
start
it.
fresh.
Come on.
So I'm going to ask you one final time. You were never pregnant by Clayton Echard.
Come on.
Correct?
That is absolutely incorrect.
Nope.
Come on.
Time check, 28 minutes, 46 seconds. Redirect when you're ready.
Your Honor, I've got about 3 questions. First of all, Laura, looking at Exhibit A0, are we on my screen? This is the timeline that we talked about before. Can you just go back over that real quick? And does that accurately reflect the testimony you gave earlier regarding your version of the events?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit A0. It's a Rule 1006. It's a summary of testimony.
Your Honor, I would object. I don't believe this is an accurate summary of her testimony today.
That's for the
All right.
finding.
Over objection, the court will receive what's been marked as 830, giving it the weight that it deserves. It doesn't appear to be demonstratively.
Right. Laura, regarding Banner, there was some comment just a minute ago that you didn't produce records from Banner. To your knowledge, did you authorize Mr. Woodnick or his firm to get records from Banner?
Yes.
And looking at Exhibit A1, it's not just a photo of, the first page is a photo of something, but can you tell us what the second page here is?
That's from my patient portal, showing that I was positive for Banner.
Okay, and to your knowledge, did Mr. Woodnick actually receive records from Banner? Did he ask for them?
Yes.
And did he get them?
Yes.
Okay. One final thing. You said before on cross-examination that when you saw that 102 HCG test from October 16th, that you believe that meant you were not pregnant. Do you understand the difference between a viable pregnancy and a non-viable one?
Yes.
Do you believe that the 102 number that you got in October 16th of 2023 meant that you were not pregnant at all? What was your understanding of that 102 number? What did it mean to you?
That I was still pregnant, as it was over 4, was what it said.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, ma'am, you can go sit back down.
One more time check, Judge.
Sure. Respondent's at 28 minutes, 46 seconds. Petitioner is at 31 minutes, 14 of the 50. You can call your next witness when you're ready.
Your Honor, petitioner calls Dr. Michael Medel.
All right. Doctor, if you'd like to bring water with you, you may.
Did we spare him already? We did. Good morning, Dr. Mitchell. State your name, please.
Dr. Michael Medel.
We have about 15 minutes, so I got to go really, really quick here. I know you're retired now. Can you tell the court what you did before you retired?
I was the chairman of the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at St. Joseph's Hospital. I was in private practice at the same time, and I was also on the teaching faculty of the Phoenix Integrated Residency Program in Obstetrics and Gynecology.
Okay, so you have a medical doctorate degree?
Yes,
And you practiced medicine in Arizona for about 30 years, is that right?
that's correct.
And according to the Arizona Medical Board, it says that you were first licensed in Arizona in 1992, and your medical license expired on March 7th, 2022. Is that accurate?
Yes,
It's about 2 years ago. And you retired from medicine in good standing with the medical board?
that's correct.
Your Honor, I tender Dr. Mitchell as an expert in the area of obstetrics and gynecology.
All right, so stipulated.
Okay. Dr. Mitchell, in front of you there, we've got your CV, I guess. This is Exhibit A12. And everything in your CV is accurate?
Yes,
Is that up to date and current?
yes,
Okay. And like you said, you served as the chairman of the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department at St. Joseph's Hospital in Phoenix.
yes, for 4 years.
In that capacity, how many children did you personally deliver?
I delivered over 20,000 babies.
And I think when we were talking, you explained that the success rate of a pregnancy when a woman becomes pregnant and then delivers a baby, not all of them make it. Is that right?
Almost half of all pregnancies end in a miscarriage.
Okay. And
Half?
so if you delivered 22 or 20,000 children, how many patients did you see that didn't deliver healthy?
I can't hear you, John.
Was directly to the, I'm sorry?
Sustained.
In addition to women that did not deliver a healthy
There you
baby,
go.
or, I'm sorry, in addition to women who delivered
Half is a
healthy
little
children,
low.
you have patients who had miscarriages.
Thousands.
And so you have extensive training and experience with regard to women that have non-normal pregnancies.
Correct.
All right, Dr. Mitchell, in your report here, which again is Exhibit A12, you summarize, there's a written report and it's going slow. Let me see here. Did you review some records as part of your retention in this case?
Yes,
And your report has an index of exhibits that you looked at. There's a Banner pregnancy test, an image of some issues. They're all attached to your report. Other than what is listed there, did you review anything else?
just the ones that I've listed.
Okay. And after you performed that initial review, you asked for some medical records. You had a question regarding medications.
Yes,
And did you get those records?
yes, I did.
Do you recall where they're from?
From Neurologic Institute.
You're familiar with Barrow.
Very familiar. They're at St. Joseph's Hospital.
That's part of the.
Uh-oh. Did the stream just go down?
Over 99% probability.
There we go.
Okay. And can you explain what facts support that conclusion? The facts that you considered anyway.
I am kind of the Sergeant Friday of Dragnet. I only take in the facts, the bare facts that are known to be provable. Number one, there was intimacy of some type, disputed what exactly it was. Number two, she had a positive pregnancy test at a lab at Banner, which means that there's a 99% chance that that's a positive pregnancy. Number three,
Disputed.
she had a negative test or little or no fetal DNA found on a test in late September looking for fetal DNA in the blood. What that tells me is that by that point, at the end of September, the pregnancy had failed, that even though she still had a positive pregnancy test, it was no longer a viable pregnancy. The fourth thing is that she still had a positive pregnancy test in the blood of 102 on October 16th, which again, greater than 99% positive that she was pregnant. And the fact that between June 1st and October 16th, she's got 2 laboratory proven pregnancy tests. That indicates that all of the urine pregnancy tests, any other pregnancy tests that she had done, likely are also demonstrably positive. And the final thing is when she had bleeding in November, and then a couple of days later had a negative pregnancy test at the mom doc. It also illustrates, one, that the pregnancy finally was completed. So what happened was she had a pregnancy. It failed at some point. There's no way of knowing exactly when. Frequently, very frequently, when people miscarry, they're incomplete. Some of it miscarries, the fetus is no longer alive, but you still continue to have a positive pregnancy test because there's still tissue there that hasn't been expelled. That finally happened in November when that pregnancy was completed, when that miscarriage was completed.
Okay, Dr. Mitchell, Mr. Echard has said that he doesn't believe that a pregnancy was possible here because there was no intercourse. Do you have an opinion about that? Regarding general, not regarding him or her, but in general.
Well, it's said that men are like basketball players. They dribble before they shoot. They also dribble afterwards. And if you are rubbing genitalia together, it is possible to get pregnant.
How much weight would you assign to the fact that Mr. Echard denied sexual intercourse? Is that significant to the question of whether she was pregnant, or is it a minor point?
It has nothing to do with whether she was pregnant.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second, counsel. Withdrawn. Okay.
Dr. Mitchell, I think you said earlier that it's impossible to know for sure when Laura's pregnancy ended. Do you have an opinion about, based on the records that you've seen and the information that's been provided to you, do you have a theory about when?
It actually ended in November when her pregnancy test was negative. When it failed, in other words, when it was no longer viable, there is no way of knowing exactly when that happened.
Okay. Dr. Mitchell, somebody online, I think, made a comment, theory obviously, that Laura may have injected herself with HCG. I think that we talked about a trigger shot or something like that. First of all, what is an HCG trigger shot?
It's used in trying to help somebody get pregnant, and it's by prescription. It's an injection, and I saw no records that indicated that anybody would have given her a
Did you check her vet records?
prescription for HCG. Nor would there be a reason to give her one, especially if she was already pregnant.
Right. Dr. Mitchell, Clayton, in his pretrial statement, objected to your testimony on a couple of grounds, and I know you and I talked about this. I'll just read one of his objections, that you have relied on an admittedly tampered with data set. Do you feel that you've relied on admittedly tampered data in any way, shape, or form informing your conclusions?
Absolutely not. All I've
How would he
included
know?
were the fact that they both admitted that there was some type of intimacy, that there were
That's a different
all the other
question.
things that
I don't know why there's an
used to
objection.
make my decision was based on laboratory tests.
And the Planned Parenthood sonogram that we've spoken about, and I think you were sitting here and saw and heard that testimony. Did you rely on that Planned Parenthood sonogram in any way?
No.
And the HCG test from any lab test now that Laura did not send to any court, the one that said 130 something thousand, do you rely on that in any way?
No.
Does the fact that Laura has those credibility problems and that she did some things that we all agree are dumb, does that change your opinion on whether or not she was pregnant?
No.
Why not?
The
If
lab
there is
tests,
a
like I said, are
clause at some
99
point,
plus
we'd like to talk about expert
and they were
testimony.
repeated over and over and over. And so she was pregnant.
One other objection that Clayton made to your testimony, Dr. Medel, is that you, with zero scientific or DNA basis, made a conclusion that Clayton was the father of twins. Have you reached that opinion at all?
No, that's
I mean, I don't see it in your report. I'm just wondering if you agree that you can't make any conclusions at all because we don't have.
That is literally speculation.
You're familiar with the RavGen test process.
Yes.
Can you think of any reason why a woman who is not pregnant would want to take a test like that? Dr.
You're
Medel,
asking for
Laura was not
a
pregnant.
legal conclusion.
Stop talking.
Stop talking. RavGen able to confirm that she wasn't pregnant?
Objection Foundation.
Dr. Medel, you're familiar with RavGen. You just said that.
Yes.
Did you ever use them in your practice or something like that, a similar service?
Yes.
And as part of using a DNA testing service like that, does the service confirm that the woman is or isn't pregnant? Can they come back and say this woman's not pregnant?
Objection Foundation.
Did you ever have that happen? When you used DNA testing as a doctor, did you ever have a test come back that said that a woman was not pregnant?
Objection Foundation, and also RavGen's only been around for a few years.
I'm asking about the process generally, Your Honor.
Overruled. He can answer the question.
Free cell DNA, which RavGen is a type, has been around for a number of years. I used it frequently. It not only tells you if you're pregnant, it tells if it's a boy or a girl. It'll tell you if it has genetic defects. It's incredible. It's the biggest, best new technology that we've had in the last 20, 30 years.
I was looking at my notes when you answered. So a RavGen type test or RavGen itself can tell whether it's a boy or a girl?
Yes.
Can tell, well, then necessarily could tell whether the woman's pregnant at all?
Yes, obviously.
Okay. Dr. Medel, one final question, one series. Can you see the picture behind you there of Laura's body? As a physician and as a man or a doctor who's delivered lots of healthy babies and some that didn't end healthy, can you explain how Laura's body could be that size? And she never said that she passed any dead fetus.
Overruled. He can answer if he has an opinion. The court will give it the weight it deserves, which could be a little, a lot, or none at all.
That photo is actually one of the things that. Did you look at this photo as part of your
I saw
review?
that photo earlier, yes.
And regarding the size of Laura's belly,
no,
which clearly is
not for his
anymore,
expert opinion.
does that show you anything regarding whether or not she was pregnant?
It could indicate that she was pregnant, could indicate other things.
The fact that Laura didn't claim to pass a large fetus, is that something surprising to you, or is that something that could logically be explained medically?
The fact that this pregnancy, in all likelihood, was no longer viable early in this pregnancy doesn't surprise me that she didn't pass much tissue at all.
How does that happen? Does the body?
What happens is the fetus starts to grow. At some point, the fetus stops growing. There's no longer a heartbeat. If it's very early, they may just get a period. If they miscarry, they may pass a little tissue, maybe not. And some of that tissue remains enough that it continues to produce HCG. That's why she continued to have the positive pregnancy tests. And that's why we call it an incomplete abortion. Once we know that there's no longer a viable pregnancy there, but the pregnancy doesn't end until that all that tissue is gone, at which time it is a completed miscarriage.
Okay. Two more questions, Dr. Medel. Have you reviewed the expert report of Dr. Deans, who's Clayton's expert?
Yes.
Do you disagree with anything that Dr. Deans said?
Not really. The only thing that was amusing to me was the fact that they're relying on a clinical pregnancy. There's a old adage, either you're pregnant or you're not. The adage isn't you're either clinically pregnant or not. And the reason for that is because to be clinically pregnant, that means that you have to have prenatal care. Laura did not have prenatal care. I took care of hundreds of women who had no prenatal care. So technically, were not clinically pregnant, walked into the hospital, and I delivered a 9-pound baby, even though they weren't clinically pregnant. Clinical pregnancy only means that they've gotten prenatal care that you could see on ultrasound or you could hear with an instrument. And so a clinical pregnancy is not relevant here. It's either you're pregnant or you're not.
And your opinion is that Laura was pregnant, even if it wasn't a clinical pregnancy, she was pregnant?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, Counselor, 45 minutes.
Clinical pregnancy means it was proven.
Doctor,
Proven.
You consider
You
yourself
can't
a
prove it.
scientist, correct?
Yes.
So you know that when collecting data, it's garbage in, garbage out. If you're not relying on good data, the opinion you're going to give is not going to be credible. Is that correct?
That's why I only relied on the data that I thought was totally credible.
And that was the data that Mr. Gingrich gave you, right?
That was the data that was presented to me.
I saw when you drove into the parking lot, you walked in with Laura's mom in the parking lot. Are you friendly with her mother?
Yeah, I just met her this morning.
Okay, that's nice. Did you, well, let's go here. Mr. Gingrich asked you whether or not you relied on the ultrasound, but you're aware that the ultrasound was a fake, correct?
I've been told that, and that's why I didn't rely on it.
Okay, but knowing that the ultrasound was a fake, doesn't that cause you to be incredulous about the other data that Ms. Owens presented you?
That's precisely why I only used the data that was laboratory proven.
Well, you actually sat in here and are relying on a photocopy or a picture of a medical record that Laura gave. That was the banner with the 3 colors of highlighter. Do you remember seeing that? You were just sitting there.
Yeah, I saw that, yes.
You understand, Laura has admitted to faking medical records.
Yes.
She faked ultrasounds by putting other lab names on them. She faked the 2 versions of the HCG test that you relied on, correct? Objection. That's exactly what you
Overruled.
testified.
Can be addressed.
You know
The data that I relied on was stuff that was verified from the laboratory itself.
That's not true. You relied on a photocopy that Laura took a picture of and provided you. It's in your file.
The Sonora Quest test on October the 16th was, I believe, derived directly from Sonora Quest.
Okay, let me
I
pause
think
you. Does it concern you as a scientist that 3 men have accused Laura of fabricating medical documents?
that has nothing to do with the data.
Does it concern you as a, it doesn't have anything to do with the data? It doesn't mean that you should do a deeper dive to verify the authenticity of the data?
If you have proof that the tests from Banner or from Ravgen or from the quantitative HCG were fake, I'm willing to take a look at them, but that's what I have.
But doctor, we have proof. She changed the sonogram and she changed the HCG levels in one of the tests that you relied on.
I didn't rely on the ultrasound, and I didn't rely on the faked 100 and whatever thousand.
Okay. You know that Laura testified that she, well, we can agree, you reviewed absolutely 0 records from Laura's PCP, correct?
I don't know who her PCP is.
Well, that's a problem. Wouldn't you have wanted to talk to her PCP and see what drug she was on?
I saw what drugs she was on from Barrow.
No, you saw what drug she was on from a neurologist that she had telemed. You didn't request, doctor, records from her PCP, correct?
I did not.
And you would agree that, thank you. You would agree that it would have been helpful had you reviewed her historic gynecological record, correct? Correct?
The testing of her, whether she was pregnant or not, had nothing to do with her gynecological record.
No idea whether or not she had elevated HCG in her system or with the
any of the other.
Don't walk away from the podium.
The fact that she had a negative HCG at the end of her pregnancy tells me that she didn't have familial HCG in her system.
Okay, doctor, let's really quickly talk about other things that could have caused Laura's HCG elevated. As a physician and a scientist, you would agree that HCG could be elevated due to pituitary, correct?
Yes.
It could be elevated due to cancer, correct?
Yes.
Ovarian cyst.
Depending on if it was cancer.
You're aware that Dr. Yi and Dr. Chan both provided medical records, but both indicated that Laura had ovarian cyst.
I saw those records. I didn't.
I'll move on. Let's go back. It could be elevated HCG could be caused by weight loss drugs.
I'm not aware of weight loss, but there are drugs that can alter HCG results.
Let's talk about that a little bit more. How about anxiety medication?
Yes.
How about antidepressants?
Yes.
And you have no idea whether or not Laura was on any of those medications because you didn't review her historic medical records other than what was provided to you by telemed at Barrows, correct?
I saw that she was on some of those medicines,
What medicine?
the anti-anxiety medicines.
An anti-anxiety medicine that you just said could elevate her HCG. Last, doctor. IVF drugs also cause escalated HCG, do they not?
Certain types.
Laura could have been on Novarel or Pregin, correct? Pregin.
I saw no records of that, and there would be no reason why, if she was pregnant, that she'd be on those.
One last question, doctor. The antipsychotic clozapine causes elevated HCG, does it not?
It's been reported to.
Right, redirect.
One question. Dr. Mitchell, regarding the potential of some issue other than pregnancy being the source of Laura's HCG in her blood, are you aware that after November 14th, or on November 14th, she tested negative twice?
Yes.
If Laura had drugs or tumors or cysts or anything else that was causing an elevated HCG level, would she have tested negative for pregnancy twice on November 14th?
No, it would have still been positive.
Okay, before you sit down, doctor, I just have a few questions. So,
Unless it no longer
you said that
existed.
HCG requires a prescription, correct?
The injecting, yes.
Does Planned Parenthood have the authorization to write those prescriptions, as far as you know, in Arizona anyway?
I can't imagine any reason why they would. It's a drug that's used to induce ovulation, so it's used in infertility patients.
Okay.
Planned Parenthood doesn't normally do infertility.
I understand, but that wasn't my question. My question was, are the medical doctors there able to write a prescription for it if they chose to, if they deemed it medically necessary?
Yes.
Okay. Did you review either the Planned Parenthood records from Mission Viejo or Los Angeles?
No.
Okay. Follow up to the court's questions.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Follow up to the court's questions. Thank you, doctor. Please step down. And counsels, before we call the next witness up, just so that I point this out to the parties, we've explored B9, B31, and A12 that have not been moved. So I don't know if that was just an oversight or if the parties are intending to move those.
I'm sorry, can I have those numbers?
Sure, B9, B31, and A12 were addressed but not moved.
I would move to admit A12 is Dr. Mitchell's report.
No objection to that. And we move to admit B9 and B31.
All right, and I assume no objection, counsel?
I just wanted to look what they were.
You explored them with your client on direct.
Those are his actions.
Yep, no objection there.
Okay, the court will receive what's been marked as B9, B31, and A12. Thank you. You can call your next witness.
Your Honor, if we can get a time check.
Sure. Respondent's at 34 minutes, 36 seconds. Petitioner is at 46 minutes and 6 seconds.
Your Honor, I'm going to reserve the rest of my time, so I'm done.
Okay. All right, counsel.
Judge, with some technological help, and hopefully we're not on the clock, we're going to call Dr. Deans.
Okay. All right. So you're on the clock for her testimony, but getting her set up is not. Okay. Dr. Deans, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, counsel.
Before we go on the clock, Dr. Deans, can you hear me? It's the voice of Greg Woodnick.
Yes, I can see you too.
Oh, there you are. Thank you. All right, we're ready, Judge. Thank you.
Hold on 1 second. I want to make sure she can hear everybody. Counsel, will you do a test, please?
Hi, Dr. Deans, good morning.
Good morning. I can hear you.
Can you see me?
I can.
All right. And doctor, before we get started, and I give this advisory whenever we have virtual witnesses, is if you need, I understand we've all got multiple screens going. If you need to look at a report or your notes or something different, I need you to let me know that you're going to do that. We'll give you an opportunity to do it wherever that document is located. Once your recollection has been reflected, please look away from that screen and let us know that you're ready. Additionally, you should be able to see, once we put it up, any exhibits that either counsel will ask you to review. Please let me know if you can't see it, okay?
I will. Thank you.
You're welcome. When you're ready, counsel.
Hi, Dr. Deans. I'm going to go lightning fast. Introduce yourself to the court, please.
Hi, I'm Dr. Samantha Deems,
Where'd you go to medical school?
Indiana University School of Medicine,
Are you board certified?
double board certified.
What's your first board
Obstetrics and gynecology,
and your second board?
complex family planning.
Well, you have 2 fellowships?
Just one fellowship.
Thank you. Do you teach
I do.
medical students and physicians?
Medical students and resident doctors, yes.
You teach them gynecological and early family planning?
Yes, complex family planning.
All right. Thank you, Professor Deans. You've provided us with your CV, which is Exhibit 39. I'd move to admit.
No objection. B39 is received.
You also did a report for us. It's Exhibit 41, which we'll pull up on the screen. Did you have an opportunity to review the medical records for Laura Owens?
Yes, the ones I was provided with.
Exhibit number 41. Did you know that that was published online on a website?
Just to confirm, I'm looking at my report, and no, I did not know that was published on a website.
Did you give Miss Owens permission to publish your report on a website?
I did not.
Okay. Judge, I'm tendering Dr. Deans as an expert here.
Any objection?
I have one voir dire question for her.
Sure, go ahead.
Dr. Deans, hi, good morning. How many children have you delivered as a OBGYN?
Probably too many to count, but I would say at least 3,000 at this point.
Okay, I stipulate to her expertise.
So stipulated.
All right. Basic question, Dr. Deans. I'm going to go fast here. Do you have concerns regarding the legitimacy of some of the records you reviewed?
I do.
If this court were to assume that the June 1st HCG test actually came from Laura, would that confirm pregnancy?
No.
What is the medical standard of care to confirm a pregnancy?
That would have to be either serial HCGs showing a trend over time, or a pregnancy test and or an ultrasound, or a physical exam that confirms an intrauterine pregnancy.
And we had none of that here, correct?
Correct.
All right, I'm showing you exhibit number 28. Are you aware that that's the ultrasound from Laura? Are you aware that that was altered?
Yes, I am.
Laura claimed it was anonymous and from Planned Parenthood. Any thoughts about that?
Patients cannot be seen anonymously at Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood, having been a former medical director of Planned Parenthood, PPFA, which is our national guidelines, require identification at the time of a visit to confirm the identity of the patient. The patient can't be seen anonymously.
Thank you. Laura claims she was pregnant with twins. Anything you reviewed in any of the medical records confirmed that Laura was pregnant with twins?
No.
Laura claimed that the twins were boy and girl gendered. Anything that you reviewed that confirms that?
No.
Do you recall reviewing the October 16th HCG test? I think it had a 100 or 3-digit HCG level on it.
I do.
Are you aware that there's actually 2 other versions of that exact same test in circulation?
I've heard that. I have not seen them.
If I told you there was another version with 1,000 times higher HCG level, would that cause you concern?
Yes, it would.
Are there alternate causations for a positive HCG test as we have here?
Yes, sir.
Did you review well, I'm going to skip over the photos. Did you review Dr. Medchill's report?
I did.
You're aware that Laura first claimed she miscarried in September or October, and then the photos that are in the report indicate that it happened in the 3rd week of July, correct?
Correct.
Pursuant to Dr. Medchill's report, he concluded, do you agree with his conclusion that the data here warrants that Laura was 99% pregnant?
No, I do not agree with that assessment.
Do you agree with Dr. Medchill that the record confirms, this is from his report, a May 20th conception date?
Absolutely not. There's no data to confirm a conception date at this point. That would require an ultrasound dating of a pregnancy.
Professor Deans, thank you. Judge, I just moved to admit Exhibit 41 if I didn't already.
Any objection?
No objection.
41's received. Cross-examination when you're ready.
Dr. Deans, you reviewed records that showed that Laura had HCG in her blood October 16th, 2023. You familiar with those?
Yes.
Where did that HCG come from?
It could come from a variety of sources.
Okay, and your report mentions some of those sources. I'm just going to ask about specific things. Exogenous injection, I'm assuming that's a fancy way of saying sticking yourself with a needle.
Correct. Exogenous would be an HCG source from outside of the body.
And do you have any information, or have you seen any records that suggest that that happened here?
I don't.
Okay. Heterophilic antibodies, which I did a little reading on that, some sort of allergic response, it sounds like maybe?
Correct. An autoimmune response can be triggered by exposure to animals and create positive tests.
Okay. But the fact that Laura tested negative for pregnancy November 14th would appear to be inconsistent with at least the heterophilic antibody theory. Would you agree with that?
It depends on the type of test. A urine pregnancy test might be positive, but a blood test could still be positive. It depends on the assessment and the level of HCG at the time of the test.
Okay, and I think Dr. Medel said, and I think you also said, that cancer can cause elevated HCG levels. That's a fact, right?
Correct.
And have you seen any records to suggest that Laura has cancer presently, or that she did in 2023?
Not presently. No, I know there's a discussion of a prior history of ovarian cancer.
I understand that. But regarding 2023, if Laura had cancer in 2023 that caused false positive pregnancy tests between May and October, when the last one was, how can you explain her testing negative in November?
I mean, I think it makes that less likely unless she had treatment in the meantime.
And another option that you wrote about in your report was something called familial HCG syndrome, as being a way that someone could test positive, have HCG in their blood, not from pregnancy, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how rare that is?
Very rare.
I read that it was about 10 cases in the planet. Does that sound about right to you? And again, if Laura had familial HCG syndrome, that would explain some false positive tests in the middle of the year, but it wouldn't explain the negative at the end, would it?
That is correct.
Dr. Deans, in your report, you talked about objective evidence of pregnancy. On the first page in particular, you said that the only objective evidence of pregnancy is a Banner urgent care serum quantitative HCG from, well, I think that's actually a misstatement. The October 16th wasn't at Banner, but there was a serum HCG, and you've referred to that as objective evidence of pregnancy. Is that true?
Correct.
And in the absence of some other explanation, cancer, familial, horse tranquilizers, or whatever, in the absence of some other explanation, you would agree, and Dr. Medel, I think, said, that HCG test from October 16th is objective evidence of pregnancy, right?
It is objective evidence, and one of the possibilities of that objective evidence is pregnancy.
Right. And if a woman is pregnant, regardless of how much or how little prenatal care she has, she's still pregnant, right?
If they are pregnant, yes.
I mean, a woman could be pregnant and have no ultrasound until the day the baby comes out, and she's still pregnant, right?
Yes, and the objective data would be the baby coming out of her body.
Right. And Dr. Deans, you worked, or your report and your resume indicated that you worked at Planned Parenthood for a while?
That's correct.
In that capacity, did you counsel women regarding terminating their pregnancies?
Correct.
And just for the record, I'm strongly pro-choice, strongly Planned Parenthood. If a woman was choosing or was thinking about choosing to terminate her pregnancy, why would she have prenatal care?
Oftentimes, patients care first to confirm their pregnancy before they make their decision about how to end it.
But in a lot of states,
I'm sorry to cut you off.
I'm out of time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
No redirect. Thank you, Professor Deans. We appreciate your help.
All right, any
Thank you.
objections?
No.
All right, thank you, Dr. Dean. If you'd like to disconnect, you may. If you'd like to stay and listen, you absolutely.
He tried to go down this hole before, saying, "Oh, she never intended to keep the babies."
38 minutes, 57 seconds.
We're going to call Clayton quickly.
It's a good legal strategy to make sure that he's out of time so he can't cross him.
I'm going to be lightning fast. State your name to the court.
Clayton Echard.
You participate and sign the pretrial statement that we provided to Judge Monta?
Yes.
Are those statements true and accurate?
Yes.
Are we asking the court, in light of our very limited time today, to consider our pretrial statement as part of your testimony today?
Yes.
How did you meet Laura?
Laura targeted me on LinkedIn. She asked to do real estate. We ended up exchanging contact info. She became flirtatious, sent me a provocative photo. I told her to come over, and then we saw homes the next day.
Did you have sex with Laura?
Absolutely not. I've said time and time again, she performed oral on me twice. That's it.
Have you heard two other versions about what happened?
Absolutely. Many versions. She's claimed that she was raped by me. She also claims I was too high to remember what happened that day.
I'm going to repeat what you just said. She claimed she was raped by you and that you were too high to remember.
That's correct.
Were you too high to remember?
Well, that's incorrect. I remember every single thing from that night.
Did you rape her?
I did not.
You stated that she gave you oral sex twice that evening. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Where did you complete?
Her mouth both times.
What happened the second time?
She ran straight to the bathroom.
Were your fluids ever down there, as Laura has claimed?
No.
What happened the next days?
The next day, we went and saw houses. I told her that I crossed a professional boundary. I told her that that was a one-time thing. It would not happen again. She became very agitated at that point, was crying, and asked for me to give her a chance.
But hang on for a second. Came over to your house. She gave you oral sex twice. The next day, you told her you weren't interested in her?
That's correct. I rejected her, yes.
And then 4 days later, what happened?
4 days later, she started making claims that she could possibly be pregnant.
But hang on. Did your penis ever go inside her accidentally, inadvertently, or anything like that?
No.
You're a public figure. You're the Bachelor. That's why everyone's watching today. Are you embarrassed to say who you've had sex with, Clayton?
I think I'm the last person to lie about who I've been intimate with.
Did you have penile vaginal sex whatsoever?
No, absolutely not.
Has that been your story since day one?
My story's been consistent since day one.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 3. Put that up on the screen. Thanks, Isabel. Did Laura start communicating with you more after she said she thought she was pregnant at 4 days?
Yes, nonstop. She sent me over 500 emails and text messages, 13 different phone numbers.
13 phone numbers?
Phone numbers.
How many messages?
Over 500.
Exhibit 3, is that a sample of those texts and emails that were shown to Judge Gail Ketzis in the injunction against harassment hearing from November 2nd, 2023?
Yes.
Move to admit Exhibit 3, and Judge, you already took notice because you watched the videos.
I assume no objection.
No objection.
E3 is received.
At some point, did she start calling your mom, who's in the courtroom?
She started reaching out to my parents. She started reaching out to my work organizations. She started reaching out to people, women that I talked to in the past. She went for everybody.
Was she claiming anything in particular?
She was claiming that I was, a deadbeat that's not supporting her through her pregnancy.
Well, hang on. It was more than that, Clayton. It was a deadbeat who was not supporting her through her pregnancy of what?
With twins.
Twins.
Yes.
Did she reach out to the Sun magazine?
She did, yes.
Did she ever tell you what genders the imagined twins were?
Boy and a girl.
Did she ever tell you, drawing your attention to some motions Laura filed, and for purposes of attorney's fees, she filed a motion to communicate on August 8th, a motion to compel communication on August 23rd, and August 29th, a few days later, an expedited motion to communicate, and then shortly thereafter, she filed an order of protection, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that she's filed orders of protection against 2 other individuals seated in the back of the courtroom, correct?
That's correct, yes.
They are on the left.
Yes. Well, my right, but yes, her left.
Thank you. Greg Gillespie and
Michael Mancini.
I want to look at exhibit number 7, Clayton. Is that a true and accurate copy of email communication between you and Laura from July 1st, 2023?
Absolutely, yes.
You received it?
Yes.
And she sent it?
Yes.
You heard her testify with Ms. Arena from my office, or excuse me, with Mr. Gingras, denying that emails exchanged were from her. She seems to be blaming, I guess, Greg Gillespie for faking her emails. You remember her testimony?
Yes, she said that, but nothing she says is true.
She's actually sent you emails with videos attached to them, and you've responded back to them, correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. Specifically, exhibit number 7. I think you stated that it was a true and accurate copy. I think the caption, I'm going to try to read it on the caption at the top. I think it says, "The final opportunity to consider abortion." You remember getting this from Laura?
Yes.
Move to admit exhibit 7.
Yeah, no objection, Your Honor.
Seven's received.
Further down in that email, Clayton, and this will get awkward, but further down in that email on from July 1st, which was weeks after the alleged encounter, Laura references her tight vagina. Why is that uncomfortable and relevant to court?
Because she's stating that if I would have felt how tight her vagina was, I might change my mind, which is her stating that I never penetrated her. We never had penetrative sex.
Wait, the exhibit that the court just received has Laura saying that her vagina was tight as if you hadn't been in there before?
That is correct.
Well, had you been in there before?
Had not, no.
All right. She also sent you communications in exhibit number 7 talking about wanting to have sex with you during a trial week. What was that about?
She said that she would be the safest person to have sex with since she was already pregnant.
Hang on for a second. She told you she wanted to have sex with you because she was already pregnant?
That's correct.
How did you feel when you read that email, Clayton?
I've been sick. My stomach, all of this has made me sick.
Did you feel like she was trying to trap you?
Absolutely.
You heard the testimony with Dr. Medel concerned that Laura was on IVF medication trying to get pregnant. Is that consistent with those concerns?
Yeah, I believe that she was taking medications.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 6. And let me restate that question. You heard my question to Dr. Medel about IVF medications, which are used to cause pregnancy, and you share concerns that she was using those to trap you. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
All right. Exhibit number 6, Isabel. Exhibit number 6 is another email dated June 28th, 2023. Is that a true and accurate copy of the correspondence between you and Laura? You remember reading this?
I remember reading this.
You remember reading it on June 28th-ish when you received it?
I do, yes.
And the title of this, can you read the title of this out loud for the court?
Having the baby if I don't hear back tonight.
Having the baby if I don't hear back tonight. Move to admit exhibit 6.
No objection.
Thank you. I'm going to show you exhibit 11. Did Laura send you ultrasounds during this time period?
Yes, she did.
Is exhibit 11 an image of an ultrasound you received from Laura?
Yes.
She's going to claim that she didn't send this to you, but how do you know this came from Laura?
Because I was interacting with her from that same email address. I also took a screen record showing that it was from her email address, and that's where all my other communications have come from her.
Real quick, so on exhibit number 11, this one says, the caption on it says, ultrasound video proof, correct?
That's correct.
And the signature block on there in the picture is the exact same signature block and picture from the other email, which is also not favorable to Laura, which she claims is not hers, correct?
No, that's
Move
right.
to admit exhibit 11.
Objection?
No objection.
On exhibit 11, well, do you know where the video came from on exhibit number 11?
Yeah, from a YouTube video from 7 years ago.
YouTube video from 7 years ago? On that, this is the one that says smile, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
This one says GE.
No, this one's a different one, yes.
Okay, because how many are there? How many ultrasounds have you seen?
3.
Okay. This one, I think, on the caption says, and here's my 100 million% real ultrasound.
Yeah, a lot of zeros. Yeah.
You remember? I don't know if my math is right on that. Do you remember receiving that?
Yes, I received more, yes.
Court already admitted it. I'm going to show you exhibit number 28. You recall receiving this ultrasound?
Yes, I saw this from Bonnie Platter.
Okay, I'm going to be real clear about this. Ms. Owens just testified that she did not use this ultrasound in a court proceeding, but it was actually admitted as an exhibit by Laura through her counsel at the February 2nd, 2024 deposition of you, correct?
Correct.
All right, that video deposition of you, have you seen that recently?
Yes, I have.
Where did you see the video deposition of you?
It was posted on YouTube by either her counsel or herself.
Wait, Laura or her counsel posted your video deposition on YouTube?
That's correct.
How many paternity tests did you take, Clayton?
3.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 36. You know what? I'm going to skip past that. That was the Dr. Medchill's. I'll skip past that. Well, you know what? Real quickly, how many versions of the HCG test have you seen?
2, I believe. Yeah, the 102 and 100.
One with
2000.
more digits
Yes,
on it?
yes.
All right. I'm going to show you exhibit number 46. Would you agree that exhibit number 46 for attorney's fees is a blog from Mr. Gingras where he acknowledges his client faked some of the science tests?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to show you, to move this along, exhibit number 55. Exhibit number 55 was right before your March 1st deposition, or right before, excuse me, Laura's March 1st deposition. Actually, did she show up at her earlier deposition?
No, she didn't.
And the court ordered her compelled to attend, and we're still waiting for the court to order on attorneys. that. Is that correct?
Correct.
But at her, right before, what happened a day or two related to Exhibit 55, a day or two before your deposition?
She threatened to extort me to the tune of $1.4 million in order for me to drop the deposition and the case entirely.
Wait a minute. She sent you a letter a day before trying to get out of the deposition?
Yes, she threatened me.
Threatened you with what?
Monetary means.
Is everything that we've talked about today so far, other than the YouTube videos, which are more recent, is everything addressed in prior pleadings already before Judge Mata?
Yes.
Really quickly, for attorney's fees purposes, let me get in a few exhibits real quick. Exhibit 29, 37, and 59, these are the medical records from pursuant to subpoena from doctors for Planned Parenthood, Dr. McCool, and Dr. Higley. We moved to admit they've all been.
I'm sorry, you said 37?
Correct that, sorry. 29, 37, and 59.
Any objection?
Not to those. Did we talk about Exhibit 54 yet?
Hold on 1 second. 29, 37, and what was the other one, Mr.
59.
59 are received. We'll talk about that one after counsel.
And then I'll go back. It was exhibit number 55, which is the letter that Laura sent you, suing you to sue you for $1.4 million before the deposition. Move to admit.
Now that one I'll object to. That's a Rule 408 settlement offer, Your Honor. He's offering to prove that the claim's not valid. That's absolutely inappropriate.
Judge,
Over objection, the court's going to receive it for the purposes of attorney's fees only. Counsel, you have run out of time.
I'm out of time?
You're out. So you can go sit back down.
If he's out of time, then
Counsel,
no.
What exhibit were you asking me about?
Gregor.
You said has something.
Yeah,
that
I didn't think they were coming in.
We just cured.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure. Okay. So at this time, what the court's going to do is I'll take this under advisement. What that means is I'm going to go back. I'm going to review the notes that I took today. I'm going to review the evidence that was admitted to the court, and then everyone will receive my order.
Your Honor, I have one housekeeping matter. I'm leaving the country tonight. I'm not back until June 28th. If the court issues something that requires a quick response, I'm going to be on a boat and I may not have the ability to respond. So I would just ask either that you grant me some extension if I need it. I return back to the country June 28th. So just advising you.
Okay. And I'm sorry, counsel, when do you leave?
Tonight.
Okay. All right. So June 10th to the 28th. Will be unavailable. Okay.
I should have email part of the time, but not all of it.
You can't really be held accountable for that. I understand. Anything else administrative?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right. So how this will work now at this point is I have relinquished all security to court security and any underlying law enforcement that are present. They will be escorting people out in the manner that they deem to be appropriate. If there's competing orders against harassment or orders of protection, then we can take those things into consideration. And I just ask that if the people in the gallery are able, any conversations, we just take them out into the hall. That would be great for our other people who are here for other matters. All right.
And that's it. Judge is going to go eat lunch, and the police are going to escort people out as necessary.
Okay.
Yeah, looking at her her portrait, she looks ghoulish.
Someone just said in my chat, some people are genetically predisposed to twinning. I covered that in one of my streams. And just FYI, the reason why is there's the genetic predisposition is actually a genetic malfunction, I guess, or deformity. They accidentally release 2 eggs at the same time instead of 1, which is not a good thing. You're not supposed to do that. And that's what causes the twins. And that's when you have the identical twins. And that's actually rare compared to, oh, wait, no, that's not.
No,
that's when you
that's
have
backwards.
the twins that are, backwards.
Fraternal.
And, that's, I covered it in the other stream. Go watch that video. I don't remember.
All right, so
I haven't eaten. I don't have my Adderall. I don't even know what's going on today.
you've been eating
My hair's
watermelon. Don't give me
blue.
that.
I know. I haven't eaten all day. I didn't realize what time it was. I'm like, oh my God, the day's almost over. I
Yeah.
gotta go. Do
You gotta
something.
go?
No, I don't
Oh.
have to go. My
Um,
hair's still wet. My hair's, look, you can see how blue it is. I'm so mad.
I just get cuts and let it sit and it's fine. But what do you think of the 2 hours of and we surprisingly made it under time, so clearing the schedule wasn't necessary.
Vince would like to know how pregnancy works. Somebody asked me to make a Penny says or Penny explains about how pregnancy works, and I actually started, but
Well, first you got to find a woman, and good luck, because the pool ain't great right now.
I had the dog with the mouth. Why am I freezing? I had
Nope,
the
you're
dog
good.
with the mouth open, so don't go in this end. You go in this end. I think it's up to the judge. How aggressive does the judge want to be? It's obvious what the truth is. The evidence is there to support it. How sympathetic is the judge going to be?
Mm-hmm.
It's obvious that there's underlying mental health issues. It's obvious that this woman needs help. No one seems to be getting her help that she needs, and nobody even addressed it. And I think that's a big issue, is that nothing that's going on in this case is going to fix the underlying problem, and that's that she needs some kind of help. This is not normal or healthy or anything. Like, something's wrong with her. She had the opportunity to fix it. Like, it's Deidre, right? Deidre?
Yeah.
She said, this is your chance to come clean. I'll give you one last chance. Like, clear the record. Like, walk away from this. And she
Chose not to. Dig her heels in and continue to be obstinate.
yeah. Purple Dragon, that's what I meant. I said it, I was saying it backwards because I can't think straight today. And
But yeah,
she could have fixed it. And she probably could have saved herself. I think if she would have walked it back, the judge probably would have had more sympathy for her. But the fact that she didn't, and she held strong, even though, like, she changed her story again.
Yeah, she's continuing to change her story, and the outlash that the JSC crew are just gonna go wild with this. It's like it's so weird that she would be so obstinate in trying to do all of this stuff. And my God, Woodnick was on fire with Clayton, and
They prepped a lot.
They prepped hard, but I'm wondering if it was a part of the planning to try and make sure that David was going to mismanage his time to not give him any cross.
Well, I think they know he's a talker and going to mismanage it.
Because once Dr. Medchill got up on the stand, he was going really slow with him, and I was like, "You're going to be coming up here pretty quickly, man."
It's the JFC crew. Justice for Clayton. Someone's asking what JSC crew is. And
yeah, the Justice for Clayton Twitter, Instagram, Reddit page, now Instagram. There's an Instagram page out now. So
the time limit is because if there's so much going on in this case, if they let them go, like, those two sides could go back and forth for days.
I think, honestly, if this was not a family court hearing and this was a civil litigation matter, then they even Omar said this is a 4-day cross, not just a to get both sides in, just to get Laura to try and stick to something, because she was so argumentative and would not answer Deandra's questions that
They kept saying yes or no, and she correct. Come on.
So it's really a matter of what ends up happening to obviously the judge has a slate of things to get to through the end of the day. Gingras is out of the country, gallivanting around France and the Mediterranean or whatever until the end of the month. So at best, I think we could get a 4th of July surprise, or at worst, it could even be afterwards.
Or she could have it in by the end of the day. I
Mm,
mean, it all depends on what she's doing. If she's going to just drop the charges, I mean,
I
they
don't
have
think she's
clerks
gonna.
to draft it up. I don't think it would be done by the end of the day. I really don't. And I
Okay.
don't necessarily think she would wait for him to get back in the country. Like,
Yeah, I guess if it's a matter of he's already claimed that he's going to appeal it, but because some appeals you have to, for criminal cases, I think you have to appeal within 2 weeks or whatever for some
Yeah.
things, or at least file a notice of intent to appeal. She would not, if that is a outstanding
wouldn't
matter,
not give him
wouldn't,
that.
she would not screw him over like that.
yeah.
So
I don't know what the laws are in Arizona regarding appeal, but
So, all of the motions that Mata has received, she takes her time with. And I think that's the telling sign that she understands a lot of the pieces of it. And when she asked Dr. Medchill her own questions, I thought
Yeah.
that was very interesting.
it's pretty common, especially in cases like this. I mean, some judges will, some judges won't. It depends on the judge and how much they're trying to understand. I've seen judges who will actually interrupt the examination to ask questions. McBurney is a big one. He's handled some of the Trump cases,
Hmm.
and he'll interrupt and have a whole conversation, which a lot of people don't.
But
Therefore.
the subject of the questions was even more interesting, saying, does Planned Parenthood doctors have the authority to write a prescription for the HCG injections?
I think
And I
she's
was
trying to figure out why she won't release those records.
Well, even assuming that Woodnick filed subpoenas for all of the possible locations that Laura had gone, and they said there was no records. And unless the judge is under the impression that she was able to successfully falsify ID and give a false name for the time that she went in, is it possible to one, get HCG from Planned Parenthood, which I think even the most progressive people will say that Planned Parenthood is not in the business for helping people get pregnant.
Yeah, it's kind of contrary to their whole purpose.
Yeah. So, which is why that question really is interesting, because I think she's trying to understand how she got HCG, but if she's claiming pregnancy a month and 6 to 8 weeks after when the supposed copulation occurred, you don't need to get HCG unless she went to Planned Parenthood and needed the HCG that she for some reason couldn't get with her veterinary, whatever. Whether her as a I don't know, what do you call someone who raises horses? Not a breeder.
Equestrian?
Well, that's more of a rider, not a stable master. Well, we'll go with stable master. As someone who raises horses for competition and reselling, that she would not be able to get and reuse some of that anyway. So whether she goes to Planned Parenthood to get HCG doesn't really matter at that point, because if she was able to have enough HCG in her system to test positive for pregnancies through any other prior means, whether she could get it then is largely unneeded.
Yeah, I'm not super sure about that, because I think I would have asked him, Are people able to get it for veterinary purposes?
I'm surprised that didn't get brought up.
I am too, but there was no foundation for it. Nobody brought in the fact that she raised horses. Nobody brought in the fact that, she had any of that capability. So that would have been a whole nother conversation.
So,
and I think it was just a matter of time. Like, there's so many things they could have brought up that there wasn't time for.
Clayton's Justice on Twitter posted, it says a half hour ago, but I think it was longer ago, but it says clozapam has entered the chat, internally laughing my butt off. So the fact
that was
they
the
were
last thing they threw in there before
the fact that they said that some antipsychotics were able to affect HCG and then also get that she was on clozapam just was one of the great, it was a great dunk to be able to get it in, and Gingras didn't object to it. So,
well, he couldn't, I don't think. Well, I think if he would have objected to it, it would have been showing more, calling more attention to it.
Right, but I think it wouldn't be because I think the matter of, by saying that the antipsychotics can affect HCG and that she was on clozapam allows someone to make an inference between the two, but also does not directly link the two via statements.
Yeah. No, yes, it puts the breadcrumb out there.
Right.
And it might make someone go look to see what medication she was on. And if you dig through her records and you find where she was on that, then you see what else she was on. And if you look up that cocktail is generally prescribed for a specific type of disorder.
Mm-hmm.
And that's BPD. And once you understand BPD, then this case all makes sense. And that would make the judge's decision pretty easy.
So some folks in your chat says, does Laura play polo? No, she does hunters and equestrian. She
jumps over the little.
Yeah, she jumps over like 3 foot tall things. And if you want a really good video of that, Megan Fox's Locals, she had her cousin who does. She did horse jumping as well. Ooh, speak of the devil. Welcome to the stage, Miss Lauren Fox. Hey.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Hey.
I'm good. How are you?
We're good.
You just called me Lauren Fox. That's weird.
I know you did. I wasn't going to point it out.
Megan Fox.
Has it been? You're just so high and mighty now. You've forgotten who I am. Is that it? Is that it, Brad?
Hardly. You take that back.
All right. So court's over. I just left the court, and we are. Oh, I was saying goodbye to my sister. Bye.
See you back at home.
That's so
anyway,
awesome.
I just left. I was trying to get the court footage, and I have to call a different number to get it. So, but I think the footage we got was pretty good. I mean, how was the sound?
The sound was okay. When everyone started standing at the podium, that's when it started turning to shit. So.
Oh, yeah. So have you guys seen the outside party here?
We haven't seen the party, but we
No.
did see the some of the footage from Dave.
Oh, look, I have fans. They're screaming.
Woo!
She's a
So weird.
celebrity.
Hi. Hey, everybody. Yes, we can do pictures. What was that? Yes, MedChill sounded absolutely ridiculous. Oh, Dave wants me. Hold on.
A judge directly question a medical
Yes, I have. All right.
Gotta weave our way through.
I am. I'm live with Brad, but that's okay. We can talk.
Oh,
here.
you're on your YouTube channel live?
No, I'm on his.
Oh, okay. Do you want to
And ours.
And mine.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You're on
Let's
everybody's
talk.
channel.
Give her the mic.
We can.
You just take this mic.
Okay.
Give your phone to somebody.
Here.
So we saw
But
Hang on a second. Dave wants to talk for a second. Hold on. All right. You want me to
Naked
take
Eye,
this?
finally, nice to meet
Steve!
you.
Oh my God! It's Steve!
How are
I
you?
didn't even notice. It's Steve.
We're
It's
on
reality
every
Steve.
channel.
Yeah.
Holy cow!
There you go. Here's your.
Thank
here's
you,
the flow room.
Steve.
All right, Meg Fox, the matching matriarch here. Tell us your thoughts. What did you think? Were you in the courtroom or in the spillover?
I was in the courtroom.
All right. What did you think? Body language, believability, experts.
Laura did the thing that she always does, especially when she is when there's bad facts on the stand for her. Her face starts melting down. She was doing a lot of laughing at her attorney, like talking in his ear. Yeah, emoting. I think we might have got some of that on the still photography. But the craziest thing, Dave, was when Gingras was giving signals, like baseball signals, to his client.
And then Deandra
He
walks
did a
on the way.
safe. Yeah, Deandra got right in his way.
Is that illegal? Are you not allowed to communicate during the cross exam?
Nope,
What's
can't
the
do
rule?
No, you cannot do that. You cannot communicate with your client on the stand. That's a no-no.
I tell you what, Gingras, it's one thing to harass us. For him to call the police, what a fucking coward.
I
What a
know.
fucking coward he is. Because he knows damn well the truth, okay? So it's one thing to argue your arguments in court, but to pull that bullshit as a free speech lawyer, what a crock of shit from this man.
You know what's
what
worse?
A weak fucking man.
You know what's worse? He didn't even call court security, and there was the entire SWAT team here. He called 911, Dave.
Yeah.
911.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Thank you.
By the way, we
kicked you out of button. You were there for the fiber button. Oh, the fiber button. Look at this. I'm going to put a fiber button on.
Like I said, he's going.
That's a good question for Megan.
What's up?
If Gingras ran out of time on purpose, so he didn't have to cross-examine Clayton.
Do we have who come out?
It wasn't a lot to disprove.
We thought you'd like that because there wasn't that many all the best left.
I love it. Thank you for saving me a button. What was the question?
No, we may get some comments from people. I'm not sure. I won't stay live for too long. But the Planned Parenthood in Los Angeles, that was a big moment.
That was huge. She never said that before. Oh my gosh. So Laura now is claiming that she went to the Planned Parenthood in Los Angeles under a fake name, which is another new thing.
I wish they asked her what the name was.
I know, I did too. I wish that they
Jane
had.
Doe, of course.
She didn't go.
Jane Doe. That would be the fake name.
And that should have been
Okay,
disclosed.
this is a good question.
It's failure to
That's a
discover.
violation.
This is a good question. The crowd wants to know, was there an audible noise in the court that made Laura start having her tantrum, right? And yes, there was a very quiet, muffled laughter.
Give us the actual volume.
When it was like really like people just went like this at the same time.
I heard that the who was in the spillover room? I heard they were openly laughing at Gingras.
Oh, that's funny. I bet that was fun in there. So the spillover room was the place to be because you didn't have to behave yourself. But in the courtroom, but here's the thing though. The judge was harder on Laura than she was on the gallery. Laura interrupted the judge and the judge was like, oh, no, I'm still speaking, you be quiet. And then she turned to the gallery and she went, let's just keep extra comments to a minimum, which is funny because there are supposed to be no extra comments. And it was funny that she wasn't like, I'll have you hauled out of here. But the only reason why people laughed, and it was like one of those moments that always happens in court where just everyone laughs. And it was because what was it that she said exactly?
That was a minor thing.
Oh, the minor thing. Everyone started singing minor perjury.
I started it.
She admitted that the lie that she told was a minor thing in court. Wasn't minor.
What else was unbelievable is when somebody said an objection, and the judge rather said sustained or overruled, and Laura acted like she didn't know what that meant. Like, I'm like, you've never been in court. She didn't understand the question.
Here's the strategy. When Laura was up getting on the ropes, it was to get crocodile tears and ask for a recess. They were lockstep, ready to go, because the momentum was just punishing her with facts. Did you want to say anything? We have actual lawyers that were there.
Yeah.
Here, you guys talk.
Come on, give us your impressions. She was going crazy when Gingras was he was going like this. I shit you not. He did this. He was going like this. Yeah. Very large. And then he did this. He went like this. Like a baseball signal. I don't remember.
I was shocked by that behavior. If you did that in a courtroom where I practice law, you'd be in so much trouble. That's just not allowed.
That might be Andrews and
That is that. Yes, but
She went and stood in front of him.
She did exactly
we
what
couldn't
you
hear her after
She
that.
did exactly what you should do, which was get between the lawyer who's giving the signals and the person on the stand. However, a lawyer giving signals to his client on the stand during cross-examination is outrageous. It should never be allowed. I think the only reason why they didn't object to that is because
This
sorry.
way. The
What was
camera's
right?
over there.
Oh, hi. The only reason they didn't object is because of the timing. They had no time. So they had to just get their stuff out and not waste time dealing with the carnival barker.
How long do you think
Yeah,
this trial
it's not
should
worth the
take?
time it would take to an object.
I mean,
Mhm.
there was so much
That's
evidence.
exactly why.
Was the evidence put in originally, like,
Most of it.
so does the judge already have a lot of that evidence? in there? So, I mean, a trial with that much evidence, it should take a lot longer.
What do you think of the stand up and spin?
Oh, the stand up and spin was ridiculous.
That was super weird, but
As
nobody
if
objected.
she's so tiny, so she what does that show?
It shows nothing.
It shows nothing.
It shows maybe you're on extreme weight
She
loss.
probably lost weight just for this hoopla.
I mentioned she could have gone on Ozempic because to lose 40 pounds,
You know what else?
relatively
You know what else
quickly like
was a
that.
huge bomb? The
She
clozapine.
gained it
The
intentionally,
clozapine was
and
a
I think a
huge
lot of
bomb.
it was
But he didn't present any records
Like,
that she's on that.
water weight or whatever, like from her stomach issues.
No, I don't know. They're in the medical records, which are sealed. Why do you think he brought it up?
By fertility specialist, and she was
Yes.
advertising a fertility doctor.
Yes, I know. There's been a whole lot of fertility stuff.
Fertility specialist.
She said she had fertility people on her podcast, and she did some kind of test that showed she was fertile. The whole thing is so screwed. I mean, it's just crazy.
So wait, if she has a fertility specialist, then she could have been prescribed HCG.
Well, she didn't give any records that showed that, but I think, that's up to her to turn over records, isn't it? Or give the names of doctors where she's getting this
Here's
stuff.
what I think the most powerful part of the cross-examination of her expert was when Greg said you didn't look at any of her primary care records. You have no idea what she was on. You don't know. You don't know what medicine she was on. You don't know anything about her history.
Right.
You don't know anything.
Right.
Right.
Where did Alex go?
She's right here.
Oh, there she is. Oh my gosh. Alex, come here.
Yeah, come on, Alex. I want Alex,
Alex,
to say something
what
about
was
the
your-
fashion choices.
What was your experience of taking photographs in the courtroom? How was that for you? Stand over here so the camera can
I was
see you.
very nervous to take pictures because I didn't want to get yelled at by that man.
Yeah.
He was like really, really
Vincent.
pounding me. And I just wanted to do a good
What,
job.
what
and I
frame
pulled-
were you? Did you get some close-ups?
I shoved the camera all the way into her nose.
If you didn't hear, she said she shoved the camera up her nose. That's how much zoom she got on her.
Well,
I hope I
thanks.
got a good one.
I'm sure you did.
At least one thumbs.
I'm sure
I
you
really
did.
tried.
You did great.
My professional.
You did so good.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Yeah,
coming.
there you go.
All right, so I'm hearing a few things.
Regulate?
We actually met someone today who shares a nail. What's it called? A nail style. What's it called?
What?
They go to the same manicurist
As who?
as Laura,
Oh.
I live here.
and said she never had a bump.
Interesting.
They didn't bring up the bump. They brought up the 102 HCG,
Never
but
had
not
a
the
bump?
gigantic bump. There was so many things left.
What? We needed to call her to the stand.
I mean, we had a giant belly, end of October. No mention of that. I cannot believe someone like a doctor who has a real has all that science, and I love that wouldn't make question my science.
Yeah.
You're a doctor, you're a scientist.
Don't you need her medical records?
And then they talked about that it could be anxiety medication. So there's all this mention and diversion from Gingrich about whether or not there's an injection that was done, when it could have just been medicine that was never supplied by you.
Right.
You can't find everyone. There's no social security code you type in and then everyone's medical history
Right, comes up. You know what I was disappointed in though? That Mike and Greg didn't get to testify. That's it. That was disappointing that he didn't get to testify because
I don't
know
think it was
that
ever
he
planned. I think you're
Mike
right.
came a really long way, and I know
I
that
think
they
it was
each
planned.
wanted
It's
to
just
have
that
their
trying to fit
own
it all
say. And so that was disappointing. But time ran out so fast. I think Greg was surprised. His face when his time was up, he went, "What?"
But in most cases, you lead with like the most damning stuff.
Yeah.
You have.
They knew they only had an hour though.
I just have to. I want to. We had 5,000 people in the chat. I just want one more time to thank everybody who watched, donated their time. I mean, forget the super chats. People that donated their time gave a demand for lawyers to find this, for you to find this.
Yeah.
It required like a real grassroots movement of 3 people to 5. And then the subreddit would get shut down. And then people decided rather than cower and go away and find something new, we're going to stand by the truth here. And that's what led to, the ongoing court case. It would have died down in December.
Do you remember when I told you, and I think I told the audience this too, that I was sure that the clerk here and all the people who work here were very aware of this case? Remember when I was like, I'm sure that they are talking about it every time a motion comes in? Well, guess what? I went up to the clerk's desk to get the video footage that they do from the court. And she was looking at me funny, and I'm filling out the form. And she goes, I know who you are. She goes, I know who you are. I said, you do? She goes, I'm not supposed to say that. And then a police officer, now there were 2 police officers in the room the whole time in the courtroom, and they were really into it. They were really into it.
I mean, we have FBI that knows our names because of this.
It's so weird. One of the officers asked me for where can I find this on YouTube? No names.
I was impressed.
No names.
Dave
Not
made the
getting
trial.
Dave
made the trial. That's like the big time.
On video, I want to thank those that have helped donate their time today. We've got food here that, for people. I don't know about you. I'm sweating down my.
Well, you've been outside
our
all day.
Generator didn't work, so we've been
Oh,
trying.
no.
We've just been trying to keep everything.
Oh no. No generator. It's
The
what,
generator
105?
worked earlier today, but it just kicked it failed.
But we got several high donations that help pay for the van and pay for our transportation. So just again, thank you. I'll read them later, but I'm sure we both got hundreds.
Those super chats?
Yeah.
Yeah, how are we going to do that? How do we read them later?
I don't know.
I think if we kill the stream, we can't read them.
Yeah, you can.
We can?
And if we
We'll try and figure.
Summarizes them. You can look in your studio.
Their cellular is dying.
Say no. Brad,
Hello.
can you do that? Can you take screenshots of the super chats?
They should be saved in your studio.
No, they're never saved. They're never saved. And can you just take screenshots
They
of
are.
them for me?
Yeah, they're saved.
Brad.
Oh, you're
He's in my ear. Brad's
I
in my
should
ear.
be able to.
They're saved in your studio through the urn.
Saved in which studio?
They're
Yeah.
saved in the studio under earned.
I'll show him.
Okay.
But we'll get it.
All right, thanks.
Right now, we'll have to see if she files an appeal and how many horses it's going to take to fund that. We'll have to see. I don't know. We'll have to see if anyone else is sued. My guess is there'll be no other lawsuits until this one wraps up. But she's been known to have multiple things going on at the same time.
Sorry, that was me.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We think this was her rock bottom. Well, we keep digging. We can't hit rock bottom until you address that that's where you're at. So it might look like a rock bottom from us. Are you concerned about am I concerned about lawsuits? I'm not concerned, but I expect one. Yeah, I expect to be sued for emotional distress. I no longer anticipate a defamation lawsuit, as we've proven to be right the whole time. But it's my guess she's going to be so offended by the truth we've harassed her with. Somebody who I've never contacted.
That's a really rough one to do, Dave. Emotional distress.
Yeah, well, look, she lost all that.
You
weight.
can't sue the press. You can't sue the press for emotional distress on a public.
Yeah. First of all, at that weight, you're not having a period. And I'm sorry, I'm not a woman to say that. But
Gingrich said she got her period back in November. Now she says she doesn't get them.
Could you subpoena that as medical evidence?
In a case, yeah.
If she came after David,
Yeah, a lot of things would be open, especially if she was, yes, if she was claiming physical health damage, yeah.
She comes after people in small court.
Yeah.
We're no
Yeah.
longer small,
Yeah.
so it doesn't do her any service. We'll fund that. We'll get Woodnick a nice bonus at the end of the year if he wants to represent us.
Yeah.
Or he might be tired from this case, but I mean, all of the evidence has been sourced by audience like you and everybody else. Clayton would have never found that ultrasound was fraudulent. Lying out of her fucking face about it.
we would never have found zero.
Never found
Her first victim. We would have never found out about victim zero in San Francisco had it not been for
For
That's true.
months, she was telling me that all of the files were sealed, so stop looking. We didn't stop looking. We found it all, and that's why a lot of that wasn't brought up, because it was like, what can you argue if you're winning? Now, in future cases, I think it would be fair to open the doors to that. Like if she was going to sue me, it's like, oh, I'm sorry, I talked about your public court cases where I just shared that you.
She denied on the stand today that she even had those cases. Did anybody catch that?
Mm-hmm.
She said that that she has not been in litigation from 2016 until now. It's like, lady, we have the records.
She didn't understand the question.
Yeah, that was the one she didn't want to answer, the question.
Right? And then when she raised it, they
She still said no. No, I wasn't in litigation.
It was 2015, not 2016. Sorry.
Oh, is that it? Maybe it was 2015. Sure. But yeah, really upsetting. I mean, she doubled down on the ARP allegation. She doubled down on the anonymous thing, and now there's a fake name out there allegedly in Los Angeles, because we've covered the entire other county of Orange.
I mean, some people in the comment section were disappointed that a lot of Gingrich's arguments came from his sourcing them on Twitter.
We said that was going to happen, though.
I just have this to say about that. The collateral damage is the lack of respect that everyone has for someone that they first knew nothing about. Now, he might argue, and he might feel like that's okay, like this is a small enough case, it doesn't matter. But I'm sorry, this is something that I think folks are going to look at him and just see a dirty news salesman.
I mean, that's how he comes across. I've never seen anybody do anything like that in court. He was using like baseball hand signals at her. That is absolutely not allowed. If the judge had seen him do it, and I can't believe she didn't, because he was also doing his nose, he was going like this, he was shaking his head, he was doing things. And so we've seen his behavior outside the courtroom, which is appalling. His behavior inside the courtroom is equally appalling. It's so bad when the opposing attorney has to step in front of him to stop that from happening. Is just bad.
I'm waiting on feedback from I'm waiting on feedback to see how everyone feels about this from a legal perspective. But I think, did they pitch a perfect game? Well, no, she didn't buckle and admit to lying, but I think they got what they were expecting, which is they fried her, they frazzled her, and they got her to admit to new fraud, new moments of being anonymous. And then
that HCG test, she admitted to doctoring it twice. I didn't know that.
She doesn't even know what the numbers were anymore.
She did it 102,000 now. We never even saw that one.
I think that's just shitty lawyering by Gingrich, where he confused the 102 with the 131.
Oh, well, it made it sound like she did it twice.
Maybe she did. She might have had different drafts she was giving to different people.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's so many fake documents.
What are you doing tonight? Without specifics. Are you doing a
yeah, we got a barbecue going.
Oh yeah.
Yep, at the family's house. I've sent out a few invitations. I of course include you if you want to come.
I will see how soon I can get all this stuff moved.
If you need help, I'm here to help you.
No, I think we're good. I think we're gonna go. We'll drop this puppy off.
I see that Bruce is no tie Bruce now. Bruce
No
has
tie
gone
Bruce.
from suit Bruce to no tie Bruce, and he's looking cool as a cucumber here.
Words from Greg: the system is fucked up. I mean,
that's how he feels?
2.5 years, and I've never once taken a stand to save my side.
Oh, Greg.
All right.
Greg Gillespie. You know what, Greg? You know what? We need to have him on. Where is he?
Security had them all leave. I don't think they were forced to leave, but
Send him a link. Maybe he wants to pop in. Because we would
Megan,
like...
while he's doing that, somebody in your
I
chat
know, but
asked,
I feel like he wants
do you
to be on
think
the sheriff's
Gingrich
side.
ran out
Also,
of time on
like,
purpose? So we didn't have to interview Clayton.
Let's see what else we get in here.
I'm not sure about that, Meg. I don't know.
I think the law team, it feels like they accomplished what they had time to do. I think Judge questioning Medchill and making some back and forth and also scolding the crosstalk. And I think that was all. I mean, even when Laura asked to have a moment off, the judge was like, you're not running the ship here.
Yeah.
And I think that was just telling of how.
Oh, she was harder on her than on the gallery that laughed one time. Really, everybody in the courtroom behaved amazingly well. Everyone was very quiet. It was just a shared moment of laughter because what she said was so ridiculous that even the police officer next to me audibly gasped when Greg Woodnick asked the question, did you have penile vaginal sex with this woman? And the officer next to me goes,
And she implies she hasn't had sex because she's, you know what. So what about when she said it's not fair?
oh yeah, she started having
Wait,
like
Laura said that?
I wrote down a toddler tantrum in my notes because she started to have a tantrum that my children have with me when I lay down the law and I say, no, this is the way it is. That's not fair. It's not fair. She said that to the judge when the judge said to her, it's yes or no, or I don't know. And then she said, that's not fair.
She repeatedly said that's not fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think what she's learning is this is fair. And she's being exposed in the most fair way possible. With a court system designed to defend her. And that's why it was exploited by her. And now she's learning that with a little bit of attention, just a little bit of attention.
Yeah.
And boy, does she not want this to go bigger.
I mean, think about it. She's been protected by the court for a very long time.
I promised to go take some photos with people. I'll be right back. Brad, I'm gonna pop out because I promised to go take some photos with people, and I think they have to go.
Yeah, I'll remove you from stage.
Okay. All right.
Alrighty.
What's the next step for
So,
Matt?
for what?
Somebody said, what's the next step for Matt?
So he already, we paid for the
Mike.
forensic examination for Mike Maricini.
Okay.
So it's basically going to be, he has to wait until his order of protection, order of protection against him comes up for renewal. And then he takes all of that evidence and submits it to the court and says, this woman lied. And even in those text messages, there are messages that say, she got her first epileptic episode from the accident. And there's nothing to say that it came from me. So her going to Barrow, her going to everything was a fraud on them. And the orders of protection on this court against me were based on fraud as well. And it should be lifted.
He doesn't have to wait for it to come up for renewal.
I mean, yeah, I guess
Motion for reconsideration.
I mean, yeah, I guess he can, but he's just got to work his way through that piece, and then
She's gonna fight that.
She's gonna fight it
this
hard.
Evidence like this, and she's gonna manufacture evidence just like here. I mean,
she's gonna say, look at this past history of all of these things for all this epilepsy that I have, and it goes, okay, well, but we've got it here that you just got your first one in 3-4 weeks after getting into your car accident. So your epilepsy could not have been started by him.
well, and she wasn't diagnosed with full-on epilepsy. There was some abnormalities seen in her EEG that could have some clinical significance, but it wasn't cut and dry. You have this, it's an issue. There's something not quite right from what I read.
I didn't review those records, but the idea that if
I did because I've had the same test. I've been through
oh, cool.
it. So I was interested to see what her results were.
Yeah. But for her point, she went to, and she likes to throw this around because it sounds good, is I was a part of this cohort with the domestic violence, whatnot. So she can, and that's the thing, is that she uses different pieces of evidence to layer on top of one another to build this narrative that she can then sell to everyone and then say, look, I've got all of this stuff.
Right. Yeah, no, Texas. No one has seen her had a seizure. She's only had like, I don't know. I don't know how many are documented, but it's not a solid documented history. It's not something where she is having them constantly, and if she doesn't take her medication, she has them. It's not a.
Supposedly, she's barred from getting a driver's license, though.
Yeah, when you're diagnosed with epilepsy, you are.
So that's one of the reasons why she got the free Uber for life, is because that then gives her at least some way to get around.
I thought that was part of the lawsuit.
It was. But that would have been 2 years after the incident.
Oh. Was it? Oh, I thought it was before.
Yeah, so so she was dating Mike in 2016 and 17. The accident was in the April of 2017, and she didn't sue Uber until 2019.
Oh. Okay.
But that's another interesting thing, is that if she goes to Uber and says that she claimed that it was a domestic violence instead of the accident, then Uber could try and get the judgment or suit lifted. And there's also, as Jacqueline points out, there's also the falling off the horse issue.
I thought the falling off the horse gave her a TBI, and the TBI was what was showing up on the EEG. And that's what she was using to say she had epilepsy, that it was never an official diagnosis, that it was just a matter of... So this is how it works. When you go to a new doctor, they say, what are your pre-existing conditions? And if they're not able to obtain your medical records from your prior healthcare providers, when you have like serious conditions, like things that are obvious that you have, or that they don't think you would lie about, they just write it down and take your word for it. Like, I'm already on this medication, I'm already this, I'm already that. Then they just continue on with it. They don't double check you, because people don't generally lie about stuff like that, especially when it's something serious. Like, I'm not going to go and say, hey, I have MS, give me these infusions every month where you pump me full of medication. Like, who would want that?
Yeah, and
apparently her.
And that's sort of what they were alluding to in court, is that the only things that MedChill reviewed were things that were submitted by Laura, which, to be honest, they're self-reported. They're not going to be... they're documents purporting to be from Laura, but that Laura claims are from her providers, but they're not things that are directly from the providers. But it's also not the clinician's job to request primary care documents either.
Right.
So...
And it also isn't necessarily... So for some things, the clinician has to make a determination, because there isn't a test to prove it. Like, my chronic fatigue, there's not a test that's going to measure how tired I am. I mean, there's some sleep tests, but it's not the same thing. So they're going to ask me a bunch of questions, and they're going to report it based on that. But other things like epilepsy and like my MS in the beginning, like, there's tests that have to be performed. They had to do a spinal tap. They had to do all these things to officially diagnose me to start with. And those are the records that she should be providing.
Right.
Like, where's the original diagnosis? Where is that clinical evidence? And that's like the clinical pregnancy. It means that you had some kind of test to show proof that this happened.
Right. It's just pretty wild.
It is.
I invited Squid and Rosalind to join if they've got time, so we'll see. Ooh, there's
Okay.
Squid.
I'm going to have to wrap it up pretty soon.
Okay.
Currently trapped.
Aw, poor tired baby Squid.
Yeah, she wouldn't lay down in her bed, but she
Of
fell
course
asleep
not.
on listening to the expert talk. So
Well, yeah, he puts a lot of people to sleep.
So what was the determination today? The judge said that she's going to have to take it under advisement. So what that means is we could get a ruling tonight. We could get a ruling in a month from now. There's no telling. It just depends on how long she takes to go over everything. She may have her mind made up already. She may need to go read everything all over again. There's no way to know.
Although when she denied the 4 motions, she felt like, or the summary that was provided felt like she had a really firm grasp as to what was going on, because it said,
I think she does.
You've been in communication with Mike Maricini. You've got all of these things.
Mhm.
So for you to claim all of this stuff that you don't have is farcical. And Squid, what did you think of things?
I think that could have been 2 weeks. With
Yeah.
everything that, but it was a lot to fit in a small amount of time. I
Man,
really
can you?
think that there would have been enough time for Greg and Mike to say their piece in a courtroom and not
Right.
just on various streams or interviews. Like, I mean, I don't think Laura stands a chance, but I wrote down pages of notes on all the lies she told.
Oh, good.
And I'm going to go through and do some research and some medical side of things because my medical brain goes crazy when I hear people talk. Working in a hospital for 6 years, I've seen some things. I know some things. So and I've been pregnant, obviously. So when people say things, I'm like, that's not true. Let me research that, get back to you. And like, I just thought Laura was complete, full of shit.
Yeah.
And the fact that I think she actually believes her own bullshit is completely like, I can't even, it's mind blowing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was definitely an interesting court. And Meg, can you imagine how much more efficient court would be if lawyers were talking as fast as Woodnick near the end there?
Oh, gosh. That was like on 2.0.
It would be
That
so
was
great,
great.
though. Like,
I did like that Judge Mata said, this is your time frame. And she didn't, there was no F around. Like,
nope.
it was like, there's 2 hours, and then we're like, okay, everyone's getting an hour. And she goes, no, 55 minutes each, plus a 10-minute break. That's it. We're like, oh, this is going to have to go even faster. But I'm honestly glad that they got Laura first, because then they used as much time as they could to do what they needed to do for both sides to influence their positions. And then, you know, they fill in the areas where they thought that they needed to, and then that was that.
I almost had secondhand embarrassment for Laura when Clayton was up there testifying.
I would have been so humiliated.
It was like, oh, it was cringy, but not in like a awful way, but it was cringy like, oh, she
putting all the shit out there.
Here's your email. Let's talk about how tight you claim you feel, and how
At least
much.
he didn't say it was a little stinky or anything like that.
Well, she didn't claim that, but I think.
Well, I mean, while he was giving his whole dissertation, on what he observed, and
I think it was a matter of
never been in there.
They got deep enough into the weeds to where it was, because she said it. That's the problem, is that it's all things that she said, like because
some things that you don't say in text messages,
but
I
there's a lot of things she was not taught growing up.
I want to say it was on the Vile podcast that Clayton had said that her eyes looked really like glazed over and whatnot while she was in the act. And I just remember hearing something to that effect. And
well,
he
took a dummy, did she too?
Yeah. So it's
he did say she took a gummy too.
Yeah, so they both took gummies, but for whatever reason, she's like, you were too high to understand. And it's like, you're 5 foot nothing. If it was gonna hit someone hard, it would have been you.
Yeah.
Like, Megan is like 5'5" or so, and she texted me. She said, "I got to meet Clayton, and he is huge." Like, not because when you watch that Instagram post, like he's working them arms like nobody's business,
He's solid.
and then he's also like 6 foot. So
And the
you know,
other two guys are the same size as him.
yeah. So
He's got a type.
so it's just kind of interesting that all of this stuff.
I agree with you, 12 strings. Said I hate when abusers weaponize fake medical conditions or medical or conditions. What?
And you see it so much.
It makes life harder for people who really have issues.
Working in a hospital, it's not just like a domestic thing or pregnancy. It's like all things. Like you see, like patients in a hospital that are there for one thing, all of a sudden start claiming different things because they know it'll either get them medication, sympathy, time off work, and yeah.
Now, I had surgery recently, and my experience in the hospital was absolutely horrific. Like, I have never experienced treatment like that in my life. And I think a large part of that is because medical professionals have seen everything. So they're assuming the worst, and they're dealing with so much that when something's difficult, they don't necessarily understand. And sometimes they have the wrong reaction because they assume you're one of those people when you're not, if that makes sense.
My surgeon and I had a very clear understanding. I work in a hospital. I'm having surgery. Don't treat me like I'm an idiot, and I won't treat you like you're an asshole. And that's, yeah, I know.
And it's hard to get that across when you're not, you don't have that relationship with them.
Yeah, we had that very upfront during my surgical consult. I told him I work in a neuro floor right now. I work with patients who have much worse diagnoses than me. Like, don't treat me like I'm stupid.
Yeah.
He's a very, neurosurgeons are very, think they're the cream of the crop. And, and I was warned by my neurologist that he's not, his bedside manner sucked. And I was like, well, I can handle a lot. I've worked with a lot of doctors. And he was like, no. He is a specific type of doctor who only does surgery on one diagnosis. His website is a Chiari website. That's all he does is Chiari surgery. And the complications from Chiari's. So, he's a very, good at his job, but does not have the bedside manner of,
Usually the best ones don't.
Yeah. And it was like, okay, so when I wrote out all my pre-surgery paperwork, I wrote it all in medical terms. Like I was writing.
So we get the hint.
And I'm like, don't treat me like I'm an idiot, and I won't. We have a very clear understanding. Talk to me like I have a degree in this, because I do.
All right, guys. Well, I have to go to the store and get my medication so that we don't have another day like this tomorrow. But it has been a pleasure, and to all my peeps, thanks for sticking with me for so long.
Yeah, Meg, thanks for coming on.
53. Dang.
Yeah, I see 294 on mine, so.
Oh. Dang.
Dang, right. Yeah.
So I will do some kind of wrap up or summary or something at some point. But for now, I appreciate you all. Everybody have a wonderful afternoon, and I will see you soon.
Cool. Thanks,
Take care.
Meg. Appreciate
Thank you
it.
all. Thank you. Bye. Thank you so much. Bye.
You say bye?
She's like, I just woke up. You get the arm, but you don't get the words.
Right.
Ugh. So how has your day been?
Oh, I've just been, attached to this chair for, 6 months or 6 hours. Or
Yep.
five and a half. But no, it was good. So we did a call in for the very beginning, and that was fun.
There for that. I heard some of it anyway.
And then once the feed started and we got everyone in, then it was still good, and I felt like the chat was intently watching. I don't know how many people Lauren had specifically, but it seemed like she was getting supers up the wazoo. So
How close were you to being monetized?
I'm basically monetized now. I just wasn't monetized for this stream. So
Nice.
awesome. By Thursday I should officially have the true viewer count to apply, and then it's just a matter of completing the application.
Nice. The watch hours weren't a problem for you.
Well, having another 300 people watching a 5-hour stream certainly helps.
That is true. Trials are good like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm still, I'm 218. But, it is what it is. I don't stream much, so. Ugh. And when I do, it's usually abruptly ended by this one waking up from